declaring this meeting open at 7 p.m. And we acknowledge that the land we meet on today is the traditional land of the Kaurna people, and acknowledge, and I've got to stand here. Sorry, I forgot to stand. I was a bit keen to get everybody in here so we could start on time. So, I'll just start again. We acknowledge that the land we meet on today is the traditional land of the Kaurna people, and that we respect their spiritual relationship with their country. We also acknowledge the Kaurna people as the custodians of the Adelaide region, and that their cultural and heritage beliefs are still as important to the Kaurna people today. We pay respect to the cultural authority of Aboriginal people visiting and attending from other areas of South Australia and Australia. On behalf of the City of Burnside, I gratefully acknowledge and pay respect to those who gave their lives for this country and its people. We seek understanding and guidance in our debate as we make decisions that will impact on the lives of all those who reside, study, work in and visit the City of Burnside. Grant us wisdom as we serve our community. Please be seated. I just remind you about wearing of masks and raising your hand when you wish to speak. Chris will make sure that I've got the right names and the right order, so in case of emergency, an alarm will sound, and then please follow directions of the staff. Remind you that all council meetings are live streamed through the council's website, and a copy of the agenda is available by downloading from the website. I've already said about raising your hand and making sure that you turn your microphone off as soon as you finish speaking so that the next person's microphone actually works. A reminder about 3 minutes and two questions only. At a time, I should say. To everyone present in the chamber and in the foyer and outside, please be respectful of each other and their opinions during the debates, and not interrupt the person debating or talk while they are speaking. It's important that all views of the elected members are heard before any decisions are made. Masks may be removed whilst you are speaking. And I will now start the business of the meeting, which is just mobile phones. Just a reminder, please put them on silent or turn them off so that they're not going to go on ring whilst we are in the meeting. I begin with apologies, and there is an apology from Councillor Piggott. There are no leave of absences, and I just seek a declaration of interest reminder from Councillor Lemon.
I have an interest in 11.5, given that it is about me.
And Councillor Hughes?
So I just wanted to note that one of the deputies this evening is a colleague of mine. However, there is no conflict of interest under the legislation, but just wanted to note that.
Thank you. Now I need someone to move the minutes, please. Councillor Dawes, seconded by Councillor Henschke. All those in favour? Thank you. Carried, of course. No adjourned business. Public question time. I'm not aware of anyone coming forward with a question. We have no presentations, but we do have a range of deputations. And I just want, before we go through those, I just want to remind everyone who is making a deputation outside that you need to state your name and suburb. You don't need to give your full address before you speak. And each deputation is allowed a maximum of 5 minutes. And a warning bell will ring when you have a minute remaining, so at 4 minutes. After your deputation, the council members may like to ask some questions. We ask you to keep your questions as brief as possible. As several deputations are covering the same or similar topics, I'd like to remind everyone, in accordance with this Council's Code of Practice procedures at meetings, that each deputation on the same topic needs to cover new points or information. Tonight I will be exercising the discretion given to me as presiding member in the Code of Practice. I will be ending any deputations if they cover the same information or points made by a previous deputee. For tonight's meeting, the council, do you want to talk about those now? Okay. Yep.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just for the benefit of the meeting, you'll note that in the agenda there are a number of deputations that have been approved, but also you'll note there's a sheet on the desk in front of you which lists the approved but also the deputations that we received that we were unable to approve under the Mayor's delegation. And so they're listed in that second dot point there for your information, but also on the they're listed on the handout there just for your information.
From 8 to 13. Yes, Councillor Davis?
I'd like to move that those deputations be heard.
Sorry?
I'd
You
like
want
to move
all the rest of the deputations?
Correct.
And
All right.
You've got a second.
Seconded by Councillor Davies. Does anyone wish to speak on the matter? All right, then I'll put it to the vote.
Can I have a rationale from councillor Davis?
Is that fair?
Sorry, I'm speaking in my speaker now. Can I have a rationale from councillor Davis? Thank you.
Councillor Davis, do you have a rationale for hearing another 7?
Yeah, absolutely. So I believe every single council meeting, particularly you'll even note Newland Reserve, this is our current standing practice, that is that if there are deputations, that we do hear them. There are a number of issues which are very important to our residents tonight. And you'll note from the approved list that they are regarding a pump track location. And actually there are no Kensington Gardens. There's been no input or availability for residents of Kensington Gardens Reserve, of which there is a motion on notice tonight to have input into that. You'll also note that when the agenda came out, those deputations were already stacked. So there hasn't been an opportunity, I suppose, after the Mayor's delegation to approve 5 for those people to be approved. So I think it's absolutely in our interests and we owe it to our ratepayers to hear what their views are and what their concerns are regarding the motions which they've flagged. There's also a deputation from a petitioner who likewise was essentially forced out in relation to one of the petitions that he had early. So I do believe that that would be appropriate, and I think we owe it to our residents to hear them.
We do have a lot of business that we must get through tonight as well, and that is one of the reasons why. I was supposed to stop at 5. I took an extra 2, not knowing at that point in time which way they were voting. But there were 4 already on the cards 2 weeks ago, well before the agenda came out, which prohibited me from taking any further. But I will see if there's anyone else who wishes to speak, and then I'm going to like to put it to the vote. Otherwise, we're wasting even more time. Councillor Dawes.
Just as a compromise, number 8 is about a particular issue. So I think we should hear number 8. And we have 2 who are...
Can I just say that number 8, there's no decision being made on that tonight. It's just being tabled.
Like to, just give me a compromise.
I have an alternative motion for that.
Hang on, Councillor Davis Dawes hasn't finished yet.
Yeah, so number 8, yeah, I can understand that. And because we have 2 in favour of a will part, we could have 2, number 9 and 10, or whoever wants to speak from 9 to 13. And then we're being fair and reasonable, so...
It was very difficult for me to actually go, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. So I just refused all that went well beyond the time. Councillor Hughes.
Sorry, can I just ask a question? Were all of those that were received from 9 to 13 within the time restrictions that was required?
I believe they were within the deadline. They all came in yesterday.
Yes, through Madam Mayor, I can confirm that they're all received within the statutory timeframe.
So,
thank you, Worship. I'd like to move an alternative motion that deputies 1 to 10 be approved. That way we're getting balance from everyone, including the Will Park.
do I have a seconder for that?
That's completely erroneous.
Oh, no, we haven't. We have to vote on the first one first. It is different from the original one. Excuse me, I don't need to have instructions, thank you very much, from you. If I need to get instructions, I'll get them from governance. Excuse me, no, don't, because I will ignore that as well. Right. Right, we will be dealing with the first motion first, and then if that loses, then I will consider the an alternate motion. So, is there anyone else who wishes to speak on the first? Right, then I will go back to councillor Davis.
Okay, I don't think that we can just push off and ignore a significant number of people who've asked to give a deputation. This motion, these deputees each have a different viewpoint, and I think that we as a council have an obligation to hear what they have to say. Now, I understand that we have a busy agenda, but listening to our community, I think, comes first. We have some urgent things that we need to deal with, and I feel quite confident that we'll be able to deal with our agenda tonight. But I think that starting this process by throwing out a number of deputees who wish to come and present to this council, I think would be an awful start to this project, and I think it would show a great deal of disrespect to those residents. So whether you agree with them or not, whether you think that you know what they're going to say, absolutely we should at least hear them and give our residents that respect. So I hope that you support this motion, and I believe that this is in keeping with our trend in the past. So I hope that you support this motion.
All those in favour? Those against? I think it was 6-5. Could I just do it again? Those in favour, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those against? 5. All right, then we will hear. The people are here. Right, well, I'll go straight from here. Could Michelle Shang come forward, please, to speak on the encumbrance at 1 Lewis Avenue, Glen Osmond? Councillor Lemon, would you mind sitting in Councillor Pickett's, or shall we do them all from there? We can still do them from standing there, but if Councillor Lemon might like to move around there, you don't have your back to everybody. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Now, I believe Ms. Shang has a PowerPoint to show. We'll be here till 2 o'clock in the morning.
Come on in.
That's it. So we haven't changed the presentation from the one that was sent through.
Okay, no change.
No, that's it. So it'll come up on the screens.
Okay.
Yeah, all right. You got any photos you want me to hand round?
Yeah. How to change the slide?
That's all right. We'll do that for you.
Just
Okay.
tell us change slide every
Just
time.
change slide.
Change slide. Okay.
So
Thank
you'll
you.
have 5 minutes.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
a warning bell after 4. If you've got something to hand out, we can do that for you now.
Okay. So here is to the Mr. This is for Mr. Chris, and this is for the Mr. Martin.
Thank you. Okay. Thanks very much. Thanks.
This is what I.
Just give your name and your suburb when you're ready to go.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, CEO and the director of the Burnside of Council. And also thank you, the mayor, gave me the chance to could standing here to demonstrate my facing the travel hazards of the risk every day. I'm the Michelle Shang. My name is Michelle Shang, living in. Oh yeah. Sorry about that. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, CEO, director, and the mayor. Give me the chance.
Don't start again, or you're losing your time.
Okay, sorry. And I would like to talk about, I'm Michelle Shang, living in the number 1 Louis Avenue, Glen Osmond. And today I would like to show some evidence to waive the liability to cut the trees off. Before I already talked to the different arborists, but unfortunately, they cannot cut more the branches to keep our safe. So could you please next slide? And this is the information about encumbrance information. Please, next one. Yeah, this is the overview of the 3 trees. 2 front is a figure trees, it's very huge, and 1 is an olive tree, it's in the backyard. That's the 2 trees. Our gate, escape gate, belong the 2 trees, the front 2 trees. And also the tree 1 also cover our driveway. So for our family, it's no escape area. Next one, please. And this is information from the encumbrance to see why I cannot cut a tree. Next one, please. And this is the tree. You could see the front door and the driveway, and very clear, it's all covered. Please, next one. And this is the olive tree, and it's very obvious. It's very close to our house. Next one, please. And this is legislative schedule and planning overlay from the arborist assessment report. It's very clear. It's exempt from the control. That means if not that trees, if not in the embracement, we could cut off the trees by myself. And the next one, please. And I already list all the problems, and now we're facing the everyday in my submission report. And for the big trees, I have the 8 point, and I think the 2 point is a root damage, and the second one is about the falling down the big branch trees from the trees in front of the yard. Is we have no space to escape. Next one, please. And this is very clear, say invasive root about that's a tree species. So invasive trees is very dangerous, is harm to the building. Please next play. This one is I got information from the website is how to cause the foundation damage. It's very clear that's a trees already in 10 meters. Actually, that's a huge tree just far away from my house, only within 6 meters, too close. Next one. And this one is, I got some information. How do I know if the tree roots to damage our foundation? As lots of the cracks in my house already appear. And I also marked 1, 2, 3, 4. That's all covered. So as absolutely the trees already go to the, already invade my foundation of my house. Next one, please. And this is the evidence is about how the root already damaged. And on the left picture is very clear to show that its root just pushed the drainage. And also the plumber already talked to me. Even I connected the drainage, even replaced the new one, the root also break that drainage, perhaps in 1 year or 2 years. And the next one, please. And this is root system, the root is invisible roots. Next one, please. And this information about the arborist assessment. So is even could, if a cut trees treat the roots, but it's not good for the tree will decline. So that's another issue. Next one, please. And this is the evidence that it happened on this Saturday. And this, how it's big. Actually, it's a longer one. I just cut off then because it's too much heavy, cannot put in my car. That big tree is nature from drop from the 5 meters away. It's above my house. Next picture, please. That is the dimension. Next one, please. Next one, please. And this is before the tree, smaller one, is drop on my car. Next one, please. Thank you.
Right, that's exactly 5 minutes. So is there anyone who wishes to ask a question? Councillor Davey.
Thank you. Thank you for coming along tonight. Can I ask a fairly obvious question? Why did you buy the house if all these trees were there? Which are very old trees, I would imagine.
Actually, before, when I bought that house, we only like that 2 trees. That's the reason, because in our Chinese history, and normally we will say the 2 trees in front of the house is good. It's like a fortune, it's good at fortune. That's the reason why my family members just push me to buy this house. But unfortunately, there is the first is the root system already invasive our foundation. The second one is that's a branch, and it's falling down. It's out of our control. And before I submission to the council, I already consulted the different arborists come here to help me to trim the trees to reduce the risk. But it's the old arborist told me, no, they cannot to cut more. They cannot cut off 30% off, because if cut more, it's not benefit for the trees. And that is why last time I make a decision, have to submit submission to cut off the trees.
Right, Councillor Hughes.
I know we have lots to get through this evening, but I'm just wondering if you're aware of Council's tree pruning fund that's available to support people that have to prune these large significant trees within the area?
Actually, now it's not a funding problem. The problem is we are living on the tree, and that's a door. That's a tree already cover our front doors area. Whatever, how could we go into the house? We have to from the door.
Councillor Davis.
We've got in our agenda papers an arborist report that the arborist says that it's a tolerable risk or a negligible risk. Why do you think that the arborist is wrong? I mean, why shouldn't we follow the arborist's advice?
Yeah,
in relation
okay.
to this matter?
That is a good question. Actually, before I already researched that arborist assessment system, before I talked to the discuss with my arborist, he is very honest to tell me, in this system, there's some situation they never consider. One is a severe weather. They not consider in that system. The second one is, as you could see, that's a limitation. Is limited. That's the hazard to the keys. In the limitation part, state. Normally is, in the engineering or whatever, and before we using some method, we normally using some limitation to using this method. So I already sent email to that QTRA, a system in England, to ask them to answer my question. But unfortunately, they didn't give me the direct answer. I asked them about the severe weather. How do they consider severe weather? And also I asked the arborist and said, severe weather, no, they said it's rare. But I already put in the letter, already demonstrate. I already got some data from the BOM to see the severe weather.
Madam Mayor, if I can just encourage the respondent to just be succinct with your responses, please.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, long and short, just every system is not perfect. They always on the limitation to do that. This is a system also as well. That system is standing on the arborist, like how to benefit for the trees. But our situation is different. I have 3 little kids. One is just 3 years old. So even like this one is not only big one, it also have the branch and the leaves. It's so much heavy. For the 3 years little kids, if it drop from the 5 meters high.
Excuse me,
yeah.
look, I think that's gone beyond the question that was asked. So
yeah.
I think we need to move on, and you now know we have a very large number of deputations tonight. Thank you very much for coming on, and when we debate this, if we get to it tonight, then you will have an answer as a result of that.
Thank you. Thank you, give me the chance.
Right, the second deputation is Emma Searle, pump track location opposing Mellor Reserve. And just before Emma Searle starts, I'll just remind everybody, those who are coming after, that you need to be adding additional and different information to your debate, to your deputation when you speak. Otherwise, if you're covering the same territory, I will be forced to cut you off.
Good evening, Your Worship. Emma Searle from Beulah Park. Firstly, I'd like to extend my thanks to Jane Davey, Council Member of Kensington Park Ward, for her effective communication regarding this issue for the proposed site of the pump track for Mellow Reserve. I'm here tonight, again, being my second deputation in person regarding the proposed site for Mellow Reserve and for the pump track. I've been living at the property or in Beulah Park since, or for the last 15 years at least, but we've owned the house since 23. So we've noticed a significant increase in traffic in Mellow Reserve. It's very popular. It's used by multiple users. The nights with armours on Sundays, Girl Guides, kinder gyms, residents with their dogs, tennis courts, fortuitously or ironically at 6:28 tonight when I left the house, both tennis courts were used. Plus we also have a netball ring and also a basketball ring on 2 sets of courts. I am concerned that again after 2 years of it being thrown out as an unsuitable site, that it's back now on the agenda. It is a beautiful park. It's very small and intimate, and if you know it, and you would know it because you would use it as a thoroughfare to cut through so you don't have to drive down Portrush Road. You would use Brand Street and you'd use Howard Street, and that's where I live, on Howard Street. And cars don't just drive safely or don't just drive at a 40 kilometre, 50 kilometre, sometimes they are speeding, and my girls can testify of me actually having to shout at drivers to slow down, and it's a real concern. So if putting another site or putting another activity is a huge concern. I loved that I keep things. I am a teacher, and I love that I keep things and I keep resources, and it says have your say, and this is about the Conningham Street Dog Park, which is exciting for dogs, and that we get to have our say. And I'm having a look here at 5.2. The City of Burnside is committed to effective, ongoing and timely community engagement as an integral part of local governance and key decision making. And I, in the last 2 years, have not been able to have my say about Mellow Reserve being put back on the agenda for the pump track. And that's a concern to me as a resident of Burnside Council. I'm also reading through the Summer magazine, which again, living in the area, being part of the community, I'm always interested. And again, being on page 4, pump track, and SA Tourism Commission approached the council and asked if they could hire the pump track for their domestic Festival of Cycling event, which will be held in Victoria Park from the 26th and the 30th of January. Again, a great initiative, a great event, but that would increase the traffic to Mellow Reserve, or if any, and I think Burnside is a beautiful council, I think it's a beautiful area, and I think there's so many other suitable sites than our little park in Beulah Park and Mellow Reserve. Thank you. Open to questions.
Councillor Cornish.
Thank you for coming in. I suppose my big question is understanding that the pump track is a portable playground effectively for young children. So we're trying to spread it around the entire council area so young children can walk and go to it. Are there not enough young children in Beulah Park to probably utilise such a facility? Is that the real objection, or is it...
Peter, I don't know the demographics of young children in my area. We obviously do have quite a young number of families. What I'm saying is, and I understand there's a 3 to 4 month movement, which is fantastic. And I think if you look, geographically of where Beulah Park is in comparison to all the other parks and the other reserves and all the other children that belong to Burnside Council, they would actually have to get into their cars to essentially get to our park, so they wouldn't necessarily walk there. But I think what you need to think about is where you're putting this park and where you're putting the pump track. And you're putting that pump track on a very highly utilised already tennis courts that are going from 6 o'clock in the morning till late at night, particularly with of daylight savings, plus not just the tennis courts, but you've actually got basketball courts and netball courts. I'm not against pump tracks. My daughter, last birthday, last month, got a skateboard. I'm all for physical activity. I'm all for those type of facilities, but essentially this is not the suitable site. It's already highly utilised. So that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm here again to express my concern.
Councillor Davey.
Thank you for coming along tonight, Emma. You mentioned traffic and speed. Has that increased in recent times, or?
I don't think that question's got anything to do with the location of the pump track at this point in time.
With respect,
please turn
with respect, the accessing Miller Reserve, but cars and visitors would have to park on the streets.
Look, I would say, particularly at this time of year and also with Portrush Road, so with the Portrush Road intersection, that's been significant over the last at least 6 months, but since we've had the property, since 2003, traffic has increased significantly. And I'm not just saying parking. Sometimes we've got a car park at the back of our property, but we do park one of our other vehicles on the road. Cars are going through. It is very unsafe, particularly when you've got toddlers. And if anyone's been to the kinder gym, you've got unruly toddlers that generally don't want to leave a park. And there's grandparents that are struggling to get kids into the cars, and then you've got vehicles coming through at high speeds because they're trying to get, make up time. It is a shortcut. So absolutely, I would agree with you, Jane, that traffic is a concern, not just the traffic of cars using the road in Howard Street and Brand Street, but also parking. Already we're at capacity with parking, particularly at this time of year with Christmas parties and the like. Yep.
Is there anyone else who wishes to ask a question? All right, Councillor Davey.
Thank you. The other aspect you mentioned was consultation and lack of. Have you not had any flyers or requests from the administration to participate in the location of the
Nothing
pump
at
track
all.
or anything like that?
No, nothing at all, which is a real concern, considering this is like I said, the second time in person that I've done the deputation. I did do one, I can't remember the exact time, but it would have been over 6 months ago where it got taken off the agenda. So essentially this is the third time that I'm having to speak, but everything that I've been done, as you can see, my Year 12's just got their results yesterday, so I would have been a lot more prepared, but as you can see, I've actually just jotted notes down because I really haven't had time to thoughtfully put together a PowerPoint, but I would like that opportunity, and also would like to look at the council's evidence in why they think this is a suitable site, because my understanding is that they are looking at the booking system of the tennis courts. Well, little kids don't book to go throw hoops, or parents are using that site quite randomly, and certainly not in a scheduled setting where they're making a booking and ringing up the council. So absolutely, the consultation has been very, I would say, not non-existent, but Jane, you've certainly been able to communicate with us, but we haven't had any consultation whatsoever. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now move
Jane.
to the next deputation. And the next deputation is from Ryan Spowett. Hopefully I got that name pronounced correctly.
Your Worship, good evening. Ryan Spowett of Beulah Park. I will try and comment on some of the things that Emma hasn't spoken about. Myself and my partner, who was unable to attend due to work, formally here to oppose the roving pump track and Miller Reserve. We live at 5 Howard Street in Beulah Park. We've been there for 6.5 years. Firstly, just wanted to state that we were somewhat disappointed that we were not consulted or provided any information, as mentioned, about the upcoming workshop or submission for Miller Reserve to host the pump track on the 16th of November, but also to be advised that there has been no proper assessments and current recommendations or criteria, which is over 4 years old. It wasn't until our councillor, Jane Davey, alerted us on the 3rd of December, almost 3 weeks later, of the intention and upcoming council meeting. So thank you, Jane. Our concerns are the following, which we have viewed from the recommendations in the Pump Track Workshop PDF. So it's been listed with the tennis courts. They've got minimal court bookings. The reason we believe the council will not realise this is due to some observations outside of what Emma has provided. The courts aren't locked. There is one gate off the driveway of the Burnside Kindergarten and another off Howard Street, which can be accessed for people to use the court at any time. And also the eastern side of the court has no fence, so it is open. So all these access points allow free entry for people to use the courts. There is no signage that people need to contact council to use these courts. There are also no rangers patrolling the courts, monitoring people using the courts without a booking, nor any limits on usage. The courts are heavily used every day, in the afternoons, even in the late evenings during daylight savings. We live directly across from the courts, so I do have security camera footage of how heavily these courts are used every single day, as well as the traffic and all other issues that have been brought up. We've spoken to some of the players who are upset about the idea because they're concerned it'll create more difficulty to play tennis at the courts. It'll reduce the amount of capacity other courts to play. The PDF mentions passive surveillance and lockable gates, along with recommendations to easily fence and lock at night if required, which presumes to us that there is a risk of undesirable behaviour potentially occurring on the courts from the pump track installed. The courts at times at night, as we pointed out previously in June when this was raised, attracts teenagers and others who have vandalised items on the court, setting fire to things on the court, drunken behaviour at certain hours on the court, reminding you that the courts are still easily accessed. We find this a safety factor for us and our neighbours and our properties, along with litter, which is at times left behind, ending up on our properties. We believe there is potential of this increasing and that they will still find a way to access these courts and potentially cause damage to the equipment. It's been noted in the PDF that we're 20 metres away from the courts, which was another consideration. Children and teenagers use these courts to ride their bikes and play basketball, and even now the noise that comes from the courts does interrupt us, even at 20 metres. And we've had to make a complaint in the past for tennis players to reduce the noise being made on the courts, which did make an impact. You still can hear them from time to time, but even at this distance, the noise factor is now and will be a disturbance to both us and our neighbours, and us, and as children are a lot more louder, we believe, and as mentioned previously, even now there is quite a level of noise from the courts today. We also point out the playground equipment on the other side of the park, which is further than 20 metres away. We hear a considerable amount of noise from children playing, and even the noises from the equipment being used, as well as the noises from people using the park and the jousting events held. So the use for pump track will exacerbate this. Just lastly, our concerns are basically over the noise factor from the courts, the potential issues on who the pump track will invite after hours, and the safety issues for our property and the increase in traffic and parking at our end of the street, which is already a significant issue now. People are parking there to use the businesses on McGill Road, parking their cars to get public transport. People work as well on that end of McGill Road, so they're parking their cars there. It's quite significantly high when the kindergarten's on, when people are using the park, when the jousting's on, even when they're playing tennis. All we ask is to consider locations in a more remote location of the Burnside Council area, which is safe, but most of all a considerable distance away from residences where the above behaviour and impacts don't affect daily life. So thank you very much.
Is there anyone who wishes to ask a question, please? Councillor Davey.
Thank you. Thank you, Ryan, for coming along tonight. Is it unrestricted parking on Howard Street?
Yes, correct.
So I wasn't aware that there were park and ride problems where people were using the street to catch the bus then?
Yeah.
Park and catch the bus for... okay, and in terms of the vandalism, I wasn't aware either of the vandalism that had gone on there. Is that a recent occurrence? Is it in summer? Is it...
does happen quite frequently when it's the school holidays, university holidays. There's times of the night where you can hear people, kids or even adults who have been drinking in the park. We've seen kids light up the witches' hats and other equipment on the tennis courts as well. Kids out there all hours of the morning. So the noise there and the impact there. But to us, it's just mainly about the noise impacts and the impact it'll have with the traffic that's already happening on the street. So.
Councillor Davis?
How often do the tennis courts get used?
Every
So when, well, yeah, but when specifically would you say is a peak time when they're used?
Throughout the day.
All
So
day,
it's
every day?
heavily in afternoons and during this time of year in evenings, but you'll see people there every day throughout the day.
Okay.
From the start of the morning. Some mornings are there at 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock in the morning.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming in. We'll now move to the next deputation, which is from Julian Roberts, also in relation to opposing Mellow Reserve.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, CEO and councillors. My neighbours have not left me much, so feel free to move me on at certain points. But firstly, I'd like to say that I'm not opposed to a pump track being located within the Burnside Council area. I have two daughters, 8 and 4, who are target-aged users, and I myself, as I've said before council, I'm a former Pro-Am BMX and skateboarder. I'm all for it. However, I'm opposed to the pump track being located at Mellow Reserve. Secondly, I wholeheartedly disagree with the information raised from a council workshop in November, which is stated in the report before you. I believe the information to be misleading, and it also goes against the council's own strategic plan principles and priorities, specifically Principle 2, communication and engagement, as there has been no communication or engagement, as my previous neighbours have stated. Also, Priority 1.1, flexible, fit-for-purpose facilities and places. On paper, in a workshop, Mellow Reserve might look like the perfect site, with its amenities, minimal tennis court bookings, barbecue, toilets. However, no survey, consultation, data capture has ever been conducted or presented along Howard Street relating to the proposed site. Other residents have testified to this, despite having our contact details specifically on file for over 2 years. So, on paper, looks viable. Reality is very different. I live directly opposite where the site is proposed. It allows me, I work from home, as well as my office in the city, but it allows me to provide accurate and intimate feedback to council about the matter. Howard Street, as mentioned, is a cut-through from McGill to the Parade. Traffic volume and speed has worsened since the roadworks at McGill Portrush. Parking has increased on Howard and Brand Street due to the roadworks. Workers on both weekdays and weekends are taking advantage of free parking whilst accessing buses 30 metres away at the end of Howard Street, direct to the city. Howard Street was resurfaced this year. Council wrote to residents to explain that the dividing lane lines would not be replaced, as this had aided traffic calming in other locations. However, the opposite in effect has happened. Drivers are often in excess of 50 to 60 kilometres along the park where the pump track exactly is proposed. I know this, as when I do get to park opposite my house, I have been put in many dangerous positions when getting my 4-year-old child out of a car seat, which is roadside, and speeding drivers both ways, not stopping to give way, have rushed past me with her in arms. Parking has become such an issue on some days, especially weekends, as drivers ignore the fire hydrant outside my house and have trampled plants on the verge of our footpath. I have now stopped replanting them. If council would like to see when I got home this evening, one such car parked in exactly that spot, and I have the photos here. The report states that tennis courts have minimal bookings, as stated before. Of course they do. They're public courts. They don't need to be booked. The only booking I ever known of was a local school for its own tennis tournament once a year. The information doesn't mean that it's not in use by the community on a regular basis. I've since been notified of this meeting by Jane, thank you very much, A week or so ago, I've taken photographs at the exact time that the pump track would be utilised, after school, after work, with parents and on weekends. Every single night for the last 8-9 days, both courts are utilised. Other than traffic volume, speed, parking, child safety and loss of tennis amenities, another issue that concerns us, as Ryan mentioned before, nighttime antisocial behaviour. I've extended my house and I live at the back of my house. It's approximately 55, 60 metres away from the proposed site. I can still hear skateboarders at night with the clanking, etc. The council's own report has budgeted for proposed antisocial behaviour, and I don't feel that as ratepayers we should be put in this position by our own council, having to go out and confront people with music or skateboarding late in the evening. The council has proposed to put temporary fencing around the site, turning a beautiful park into no more than a building site for its own ratepayers' funds, using it in its own area to deplete it. I humbly ask the council, all councillors, reconsider Mellor Reserve as a proposed site for a pump track. I also ask it be permanently removed from any future pump, skate or track proposal until long-term extensive data has been captured and direct local community has been surveyed.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone who wishes to ask a question? Councillor Lemon.
Thank you. Do you use the car? And if you do, yes. What do you use it for? I read to my child under the trees, funnily enough. That's where she likes to do her reader. Both my daughters have learned to ride their bikes in the tennis courts and along the footpath there. It actually provides a safe space for that when they're not in use by tennis players. I've also used it for impromptu parties, yeah, and quite often you will see families picnicking there on quite a regular basis. It's a nice park from that point of view. My kids also use the play area.
Thank you very much for coming in. We'll move on to our next deputy now, who is Rochelle Martin. Now we're moving to the Will Park location.
Good evening, everyone. Rochelle Martin from Wattle Park. Good evening, Mayor, Councillors and Council Administration. Thank you for including the deputations regarding a Will Park tonight. With the workshop you held last Tuesday, I believe it's really important for the future of the Will Park in Burnside to be discussed tonight, rather than in the new year. I would really appreciate your attention and time on this matter this evening. The end question of the workshop on a Will Park last week was, do you support a Will Park or not? That is ultimately all you need to answer tonight regarding the motion on notice. If yes, then a feasibility, concept design and community consultation is what is required. If not, then your answer is no, and that is simple. There should be no more comments like, I need more reports, or I don't know what a Will Park is, as my 8-year-old son knows the answers to these questions, and he does so based on all the research that has been conducted and presented to you by council administration staff to date. I know what my answer is. I do. I want a Will Park. I have done since the community consultation on this topic in 2019. I do for the young people, I do for the youth, and for the parents who have kids who are not into organised sport, and for the grandparents who spend time with their grandkids on wheels. And most importantly, I do for the people in our community who I represent that want the same outcome. Since 2019, you have heard from Luke, Brodie, Hannah, Sienna, and Ryan, all users of a Will Park Sports and the Pump Track Trail, and all within the age group we need to cater for. I went to Unley Council, they're not interested. I went to Norwood, Payneham, St Peters, and they're not interested. Neither are Campbelltown, who are redeveloping their own skate park into a larger Will Park to allow for more use and more outdoor activity. I met with Vicky Chapman and James Stevens, who understand the need for this type of facility in Burnside, without any more reports. You should be proud, as in 2020 you completed a super successful pump track trial that proves we need a permanent facility. The engagement was real. It should be noted that the comment in the workshop was right. The pump track won't last for long, as it's simply not designed to be moved around time and time again. Out of 134 possible sites in Burnside, Kenzie Gardens Reserve meets all the elements of the listed criteria for the best location in Burnside. In just under 2 weeks, I organised a petition to show the support for the Will Park in Kenzie Gardens Reserve. With 19 other people, we engaged with the young and the old across Burnside. We door knocked, we engaged at sporting events, at the shops, at schools. We even had an image of a French Will Park that could easily fit into the Kensington Gardens landscape, which I emailed you all today. I know that every person I spoke to had a different image of a Will Park in their minds, but an image is worth 1,000 words. That is why getting to a concept design is so important for our community discussion. If you ask me, Burnside needs an 800 to 1,000 square metre Will Park designed for the age and ability of 5 to 16-year-olds and for both sexes. It needs to be surrounded by flora and fauna, as that is what makes up our Burnside landscape, and it needs to have access to toilets and should fall in line with the same hours as parks and reserves, dawn to dusk. Please support the motion for a feasibility and concept design at Kenzie Gardens Reserve that will allow this discussion to properly go to community consultation. With a specific location in Kenzie Gardens Reserve and an image, you will finally have all the remaining answers you need to make the decision to move forward or not. I have a letter to read from a local resident, which is in line with the information from the workshop on Kenzie Gardens Reserve. Dear councillors at the Burnside Council, we are writing in regards to the proposed Will Park at Kenzie Gardens Reserve for the community of Burnside. We, as residents of the area who live directly opposite the reserve, we would like to put forward our support for the council incorporating a Will Park here. We have 6 grandchildren, aged 5 to 15, that live in Burnside and would love to have a Will Park. They are all active kids who love being outdoors, riding their bikes, scooters, skateboards, roller skates. We often take them across the park for a ride on their scooters. We have noticed there isn't really anywhere for the kids in our area to safely skate or scoot around, as the only hard surfaces other than footpaths are the roads, car parks or tennis courts. KGR is already being extensively upgraded for the community, which is fantastic, and a Will Park could easily be incorporated for the kids. Over the years of looking after our grandkids, we have been to so many different skate parks, and yes, some can look quite messy and dirty. We understand how some people might think a skate park could be an eyesore. However, we have seen designs of some amazing looking Will Parks that would fit with the landscape, the greenery, the grass, for further enhancing the look of the reserve. We received a letter in our letterbox last week asking us to oppose the park because there are too many people using it. One of the things we love about Kenzie Gardens Reserve is the fact that it is used by so many generations of members of our community. There are so many young families buying into this area, and that is not going to change. We would rather hear the laughter of children playing outside, having fun, as we did as kids, instead of sitting inside on computer games. We urge our fellow senior residents to offer support and listen to the needs of our younger generation, as this will be their future community hub.
You'll have to finish now. Thank you very much. Councillor Davis, you wish to ask a question?
Thanks, Rochelle.
No worries.
It's been quite a battle.
Yes.
Where in Kenzie Gardens Reserve do you think it should go?
Well, I think that's the whole aim of the feasibility and the concept.
Well, what's your view?
Anywhere in Kenzie Gardens Reserve that has access close to the toilets, within respect to the residents that live nearby. I'd put it near the playground, which is central to the toilets, just off from West Terrace.
So in the adventure playground?
Yeah, but that's not my job. I want you guys to do that properly and come back with a proper information on that.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to ask a question of Rochelle? Thank you very much then, Rochelle, for coming on.
Thank you. I did want to wish you all Merry Christmas too.
Yeah. Right, now call upon Bronte Nixon.
Everyone hear me? Thank you, Madam Mayor, CEO and councillors. My name is Bronte Nixon. I'm a resident of Burnside and an environmental planner in the infrastructure industry. I have qualifications in environmental science, anthropology, urban planning and environmental impact assessment. I'm a fellow of the Environment Institute of Australia and New Zealand and a certified environmental impact assessment specialist. I work on project feasibility and land use studies, environmental impact assessments and development approvals.
Could you just hold your microphone a little closer to your mouth,
Sorry.
please?
I work in an industry where things get built. Moreover, where essential things get built. Water projects, energy projects, roads, big important things that are needed for the growth and well-being of the state. In my mind, a skate park is no less important than any of these developments. A skate park will provide a healthy sporting facility for 5 to 16-year-old Burnside kids who either do not conform to more typical team sport structures or who just love riding and being outdoors. In an age of COVID uncertainty and screen addiction, a skate park is the perfect antidote to get kids out of the house and connecting with other like-minded kids. It would align with Council's Connected Community strategy, would address one of the key recommendations of Council's open space strategy, and would align with Council's playground strategy, which says that older children need spaces for riding and skateboarding. I've been involved with hundreds of projects over the last 25 years, and there's been one thing in common to all of them, and that is that absolutely none of them were 100% supported by the local community. None of them. My point is that if you're going to look for a location to build a skate park that is fully supported by the local community, then you're wasting your time. It will never happen. If you continue down this path, you will never get out of this repetitive cycle of choosing a location, having the neighbours fight against it, council voting it down, moving on to the next location, only to repeat the whole process. This will continue on for years and years unless you put a stop to it now. So what's the solution? The answer is to select the most appropriate location. Do it once and do it right. Leave a small construction footprint, disturb as little of the surrounding environment as possible. Use a combination of poured and precast, low carbon, low noise concrete and appropriate landscape elements. Design with sustainability in mind and dissuade nighttime usage. Use professional skate park designers and builders. This isn't rocket science. These are existing green design principles which could be implemented during a proper concept design process. The work I've previously presented to Council assessing potential skate park locations has shown that the best site in the Council area is Kensington Gardens Reserve. I understand that the community is worried, but I believe that perceived impacts can be mitigated through good design and landscaping. A skate park in Kensington Gardens Reserve does not have to be a sea of concrete. For the second part of my deputation, I would like to take the opportunity to respond to some of the issues raised in last week's skate park workshop. Last week's workshop was excellently facilitated and introduced, but I was concerned by a few issues that I heard. One comment was that Burnside's parks were intended for quiet meditation. I disagree. If you want to meditate in Burnside's parks, that's up to you. But Burnside's parks are primarily a place for the community to spend time in the open air, to walk, play and participate in recreational activities as outlined in Council's open space strategy. Another comment I heard is that a skate park would constitute a significant change of use for the site. This is completely untrue. The use would not change, the reserve would not need to be rezoned, and the intent of the zone, subzone and overlays would be complied with. A final comment was from one councillor who said that they had recently taken their lunch break at a park and had it rudely interrupted by a kid skateboarding in a tennis court. The councillor said that the noise of the skateboard on the court was so intrusive when compared to the gentle and relaxing soft thud of a tennis ball that they actually had to get up and leave. To this I make two comments. Firstly, the sound of a skateboard on a tennis court does not reflect the sound of a skateboard on a properly designed skate park in any way, shape or form. To compare the two is completely nonsensical. And secondly, the fact that there was a kid skating in a tennis court really says it all. There's a saying in urban planning that when the city has no skate park, the city is a skate park. If you don't want kids skating in tennis courts, then here's a novel idea. Why not build them somewhere where they can skate? Council, put an end to this repetitive cycle of endless disappointment. Prepare a concept design for a skate park in Kensington Gardens Reserve.
Thank you very much. Timely finish. Does anyone wish to ask a question, please? Councillor Davis?
When you say, so I think your preference would be for a skate park to be aimed at 5 to 16 years old? And what elements does that include? What does that look like?
Well, that would be up to skate park proper designers and builders. So a proper skate park designer will engage with the local community They'll consult, they'll observe, they'll work with kids, they'll see what's worked in other skate parks, and then they'll incorporate those design elements into this skate park. What might work in another council area might not work here. And we know that in the Kensington Gardens Reserve, a skate park would look different to a 2,000 square metre skate park in another council.
Right. And what size footprint would you be advocating for?
I think in Kensington Gardens Reserve, I'd be looking at the 850 to 1,000 square metre. And I think that would be fine. Yeah.
Can I just ask one last question? And where in Kensington Gardens Reserve would you like to see it?
Again, I would leave that up to the feasibility planners and the skate park designers. The south-west is one option. There's another option around the old tennis courts. There's another option around the playground. What I would suggest, if it's okay, from a feasibility point of view, I'd look at how the whole park is used, and I'd look at how this skateboard could link in with usage of other parks. Would it be best to put it near the existing playground? Would it be best to have it somewhere slightly different? Is the focus to get it as far away from adjoining neighbours as possible? All that would need to be weighed up, and then in a feasibility assessment, and then a concept design, it could all be incorporated into the one package. Thanks.
Thank you very much. If there's no one else wishing to ask a question, we'll move to the next presentation, which is from Lindsay Carr.
Thank you, sure. Good evening, councillors. My name is Lindsay Carr and I'm a resident in Stonyfell. Thank you for taking the time to hear from me regarding the need to move swiftly to feasibility and concept design following the recent Wheel Park workshop. I'll share my perspectives on 3 aspects for consideration. First, on social equity, health and well-being of our community. We are really fortunate in Burnside to have many outdoor spaces to enjoy. We've got numerous parks for recreation, to walk, to play team sports, to play lawn bowls and to enjoy family time. Research shows the connection between time spent outside, well-being and stress levels. However, as you've heard many times before, there is a gap in the provision of outdoor amenities for young people. The gap exists for those that are too old for children's playgrounds, who are not into tennis or cricket or other mainstream sports, or who simply want to engage in unstructured activity regardless of age. This creates social inequity for our young people. Building a wheel park would assist in rebalancing this. To a large extent, this has been acknowledged, and the recent wheel park workshop reviewed the possible wheel park locations. There were numerous locations considered and a shortlist prepared, and this demonstrated that there were a number of locations that may be feasible, with Kensington Gardens Reserve identified as meeting all requirements. So rather than ask our children and young adults to simply get on with it or to play on the road, we need to make progressive decisions and create a home in Burnside Council for a wheel park, a space where our young people can enjoy the outdoor parks, build resilience, create healthy young minds, and feel like they belong. With respect to skate park design, sustainability, and the benefits of concept design, there's a misconception that building a skate park can only be bad for the environment. This is not necessarily true. Bronte's covered this in quite a bit of detail, so I won't go into that now, but suffice to say that a concept design could incorporate environment and sustainability objectives. It also provides an ideal opportunity to imagine what an environmentally sustainable wheel park could look like. In doing so, it may also alleviate concerns of local residents who understandably are anxious about the notion of a wheel park, where there are so many unknown variables. Right now, they don't know what a wheel park might look like, whether it will be noisy, whether it will be aesthetically appealing. This is where the concept design and community consultation plays a key role. So I ask that you don't say no to social equity for our young people because you fear the unknown. Take a seat at the table, engage in the concept design and community consultation process, and have your say in a progressive way. Sticking with the theme of being progressive, in 2017, Barack Obama said, "I saw myself as a relay runner. I would take the baton and I would run my leg of the race. And then I passed the baton to someone else. Each generation tries to make progress, knowing that what we do is not going to be perfect, but hopefully we've run our leg of the race effectively and the world's gotten a little bit better." I first came to council chambers to hear about the wheel park in August 2019. While over 2 years ago now, it's relatively recent in the history of the proposals for a wheel park in Burnside. The gap in social equity towards our young people who enjoy unstructured activity needs to be addressed, and there is an opportunity for this council to make this your legacy. I encourage you to make your leg of the relay count. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Is there anyone who wishes to ask a question? Thank you very much. I will really commend you for your presentation because all three presentations covered completely different aspects, so well done, thank you. Now I'll call upon Michael Byrne, if he's here, please. Sorry? Oh, sorry, I've missed out, apologies, I've missed out Henry Pachanek, is it? Sorry, it's...
Madam Mayor, we have a set of speakers, and I will be the introductory speaker, and I'm Jenny Jarvis, and our speakers will...
Well, I have an order here, but I also have, it's by my mistake, Henry Pachanek? Is he here? Sorry, he is first. She wants to go next. As you see in front, this is in relation to the petition that's being submitted tonight in relation to Schubert Inez Courts, Roslyn Park. Yeah, I'm going to stick to my guns, exactly.
Name and suburb when you're ready.
Okay. Thank you, Lady Mayoress. Thank you for all councillors, and in particular, I must thank Henry Lloyd Davis for spending quite a lot of time in consultation with us over the last period. Most welcome, we appreciate it. More of that and more of this. I'll cut to the chase. You will have before you a deputation. I would like to start with the one-pager and then drill down. I really think page one sort of says it all, and if you'll bear with me, I will read from that. So you will see that the petition is titled Maintenance, as in maintenance of fence adjoining Schubert and Inez Courts, Roslyn Park. So we're not actually asking for something completely out of the box, and also we're not asking for it to be destroyed. What we would really like to see is that if you must take the fence down, which is a permapine fence, please replace it, but with a fence in a colour suiting the environment, say green or brown. Now, you may say, why not just simply remove the fence, which was there as part of the subdivision? Well, in summary, we believe that it's in your interests and our interests. This is not just a public safety card. We live on that street, and every single resident and ratepayer around the street signed the petition saying that it's in the Burnside Council to not just remove the fence, but to replace it. Now, why is it a risk? The creek is deceptively steep next to the winery. You've really got to stand next to it and look down in the fence, or heaven help you, walk down into the creek, which I've done many times. And I believe that it will hurt Burnside's bottom line in the long run. Now, the risk to the public is particular at night. If you were to drive up there and park, we believe you could alight from a vehicle and accidentally slide down into the creek. So there's the one-pager. So we're about halfway through time here. Just very quickly, and to some extent slightly repetitive, I declare that this presentation is on behalf of all 12 residents and ratepayers surrounding the creek and the fence, and we don't want to just see it removed. Many of them came tonight but could not attend, of course, due to COVID. Again, I thank Councillor Henry Lloyd-Davis for considerable discussion, both email and phone calls. Much appreciated. Now, I think really if you go to the location, as we do, and I walk in the creek with my dog, you'll realise that getting out of a vehicle could be quite dangerous. Walking at night on that poorly lighted the street, you might not be aware that you're actually near a very steep. Some of the places have got quartzite, and there's metres of drop. I've elaborated a number of issues there. I've referred to one out of the box, I will admit. If you open it up, you could wind up with maybe motorbike riders wanting to ride their bikes in there. Thank you. Now, there's several photos which seek to show you just how steep it is, and I'm going to cut to the chase. In summary, we, all the residents of Inez and Schubert courts, would be grateful to the councillors of Burnside to call a stop to the impending removal of the fence around the creek until an independent assessment is made as to the risks of no fence and the alternatives to a black fence. Any colour fence suits that's suitable, green, brown, there's plenty in the area around Michael Perry Reserve and others. We just don't want to see a black fence. In the interest of the council, we would wonder whether your insurance would go up or at the very least risks would be increased. We ask at least a report. Thank you.
That's the second bell. So, Councillor Davis,
Thank you very much for that.
Thanks for all those nice things you've said about me. It doesn't often
You're most
happen.
welcome.
Would you be happy with a green fence?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Councillor Davey.
Thank you for coming along tonight and highlighting a risk that I wasn't aware of.
Thank you.
I note the different types of fence, and certainly the permapine is something that we need to see go. But it is a matter of costing and risk assessment and trying to do the right thing by the environment. Would you consider that bollards would be appropriate in terms of, especially for stopping cars from rolling down and that sort of
I suspect that we may all agree to anything at all which would inhibit vehicles from accidentally driving over the edge and would at the very least alert pedestrians. We probably would prefer a simple rail fence rather than a complicated fence. Councillor Davey. But the idea was just to simply not go with a black fence.
Thank you. Councillor Hughes.
Sorry, I just have a question. Just in the report, it says that you mentioned that all of the residents were in favour in retaining or replacing the fence, but in the report that we got, said that a second consultation was inconclusive, with some saying retain, some saying put the fence all the way, some, it wasn't conclusive, so I'm just wanting you to clear that up,
Happy
please.
to answer that. And Councillor, sorry? Apologise. Councillor Hughes, thank you for your question. Yes, there were a number of us who were away at different times for months on end and whatever, unfortunately. And there was a time when a comment was made, well, instead of having a black fence, we'd rather have no fence. But all 12 residents got together a couple of weeks ago, and we all met, and to a person, every single ratepayer surrounding the creek would rather that the fence is not removed until council considers replacing it with any kind of a fence except for a black one.
Councillor, I want to say Piggott. Councillor Lemon.
Thank you. Councillor Lemon. Well, Councillor Lemon, I like your sense of humour. Well, my reasons are very selfish. I'm married and I live with my wife, who does not want to have a black fence. My neighbour next door, Berlin, COVID stopped her from coming here. However, I support my wife 100%, Councillor Lemon, in not wanting a black fence. So, no, I won't be flippant. I'm genuinely here to argue for stopping the removal of the fence until we've really thought about removing the fence. Personally, as an engineer, I think it's a safety hazard. And I don't particularly see why we have to have a black fence. So it's, please leave the fence there. Please do not wind up in a situation where we have no fence at all.
Thank you very much for coming in and doing your
Thank you
deputation
very much.
this evening. Now,
Very generous.
we are moving on according to the list that I have in front of me. And the next person to speak is Michael Byrne, unless he is not here or does not wish to speak. No, it is clear. The list is what I received in the order that they came to me. Is Michael Byrne here?
Can I ask a question without notice?
Yes, Councillor Davis? You just want to ask a question of me?
Yeah.
Right.
What is so egregious if the residents want to reorder themselves in their own way?
Therefore, I will seek opinions from the committee. I
really
am
a problem?
following the order.
It's just a question.
The order has been given to me according to the order in which they were received in terms of the timing. And therefore, Michael Byrne is the next person to speak because he was the next person to put in his application. Now, if he is not here, then he will not be speaking. But he is here. And Mr. Byrne, do you wish to speak?
I wish to speak. I defer to the previous speaker. That would have been appropriate if the previous speaker was
What are you going to do? Just let it happen. Okay.
Could I oh, thanks. Madam...
Sorry, there is a format we follow, all right? And everyone else has done it appropriately. Therefore, I am trying to stick to the rules.
Madam Mayor, my name is Dean Jarvis. I was listed on the petition of the deputation as the second speaker for Mrs. Jarvis. I would like to correct a factual misunderstanding that I think you have made. That is that, in fact, all these deputations were lodged simultaneously by me. They were not lodged one after the other. They were put in one envelope. They were all handed into the office at the same time.
All right, let's not waste any time.
And we're anxious to comply with your ruling that we should not repeat each other, and therefore we have organised our deputations in such a sequence that we will not hopefully repeat each other. So that's why
I just have an order in front of me that has been given to me in the order that they were received.
I understand.
And without anyone here to justify that, then I have to follow that example. Anyway, please start your deputation.
Thank you.
We're grateful. Thank you, darling. Oh, thank you. My name is Jenny Jarvis. I live at Kensington Gardens, and I'm not opposed to wheel and skate parks per se. I stand here tonight as Defence Counsel for the Kensington Gardens Reserve, founded between 1908 and 1909, a park where it is said Hans Huyssen painted his first gum tree. In 1818, John Keats, an English poet, wrote a magnificent poem titled Endymion, where the first line is, "A thing of beauty is a joy forever." I came to the city of Burnside as a bride in 1967 and have lived here ever since. I have taken my children, grandchildren, and hopefully my great-grandchildren to the Kensington Gardens Reserve. I've played hide and seek amongst the magnificent trees, pushed endless swings, and even bent over to retrieve them from the clutches of the large pipe in the adventure playground. Since moving to Kensington Gardens, I see people walking their dogs, mothers with their prams, children and adults playing sport on the ovals, tennis courts and bowling greens, or having picnics. I see an award-winning adventure playground, thanks to this council. I see a peaceful war memorial with its lone pine from Gallipoli, a historical bandstand where it used to be a mothers and babies place, a kindergarten, and hopefully what will be a unique wetlands. Just last weekend, the city of Adelaide became the world's second national park city after being awarded the title. London, of course, was first. The reason is that our parks provide a cooler, greener city. As a council, do you really endorse a large concrete structure in what has become, over the years, diminishing green spaces? The park, which along with Kensington Park Oval and Hazelwood Park, is included in the list of heritage and historical attractions of the city of Burnside. The park is beginning to suffocate. Perhaps the Civic Centre car park or some other undeveloped location, such as part of the council work depot on Glenburn Road, should be a preferred site for a wheel park, leaving all of Burnside's parks inviolate. Where are the groups of people going to have their picnics, particularly our friends who have found their way here from all quarters of the world, who regularly meet in the reserve in their cultural groups? Where would they pitch their tents or their children's jumping castle? Last week I saw two people in mopeds. They negotiated a quiet place in the sun, took out their thermoses and read their books. The reserve is full. And while not all the structures are beautiful by any means, a concrete monster does not fit in with the ambience of the park. Let it remain as it was intended for future generations. I end as I began. A thing of beauty is a joy forever. Thank you.
Question from anyone, please? Councillor David.
In Kensington Gardens Reserve, there's a large open space in the southwestern corner.
Yes.
It's been suggested that potentially that could be a spot for a skate park. What is that space currently used for?
It's used for innumerable families. We were walking past it only the other day, and it was, there was a party going on for Animals for Justice. It's used by everyone for their picnics, people of all colours, of all nations. It's used by old people, it's used by young people. If you take it away, they will actually have nowhere to go, because that southwestern corner is where they all come. And it's absolutely a joy to watch them. I walk in the park, we live very close, and I walk in the park almost every day. And it's not only weekends that these people are partying. There was a children's christening there the other day. It's all the time. Unless you live near the park, you have no idea how much it's used. It's used all the time. I mean, some of the most beautiful things you see is a man whose origins might have been Indian with his child. The child wants to kick the football. Obviously, the father has absolutely no idea how to kick the football, and the child will kick the football almost faultlessly. Where do they do this if we take these very few green spaces away? They deserve a place to go. And the moped people were just beautiful. I stood and watched them.
Right, Councillor Davis, you have another question.
Wondering what they were reading.
Thanks, Jenny. Very colourful. We don't, as councillors, we don't spend as much time in the reserve as you do. The West Terrace tennis courts, which are halfway between the parade and South Terrace, how often are those tennis courts used?
Look, those tennis courts are used for tennis players rather like me. They're not very good, but they enjoy it immensely. It's family time. They're on the courts all the time. I'm surprised at the hours that they actually spend on that court. And to take it away, you take away the joy of one thing that they can all do together.
Thank you.
I mean, tennis...
I just realised we've still got another 5 deputations to go.
Yes,
Is there anyone else who wishes to ask a question?
Any questions?
Right, can we then now move to whoever you choose next?
Michael?
There's a large sheet of paper, but I've just had a detective attachment operation, so they're very cheap glasses, so I will read this. Good evening, Mayor, councillors and Good evening, Mayor, councillors and fellow residents. Thank you for providing us with the opportunity to present our collective and individual concerns with the proposal of constructing a permanent wheel/skate park in Kensington Gardens Reserve. I am personally opposed to this. I have lived in the eastern suburbs all my life, Norwood, Kensington, Burnside, and now Kensington Gardens. I live in my own residence and own my own residence on East Terrace. Kensington Gardens Reserve is a much appreciated aspect of our suburb. Historically important, as mentioned by a previous speaker, people-friendly, aesthetic, and environmentally positive. In its current configuration, there are multiple and diverse facilities to amply satisfy the residents' needs. There are play areas for younger ones and picnic facilities for all. Some barbecues need to be replaced. The exploration and the newly developed flora, although some matures were sacrificed, and the wetlands and climbing structures add to the delightful reserve. Multiple tennis courts for club, public use, ovals for soccer, football, rugby, pitches and practice nets for cricket, and recently a shared jogging/walking track. Areas for quiet, restful contemplation, reflection, and respectful thought of the first Australians who shared this area. Any further man-made structures would detract from the much utilised reserve and many aspects that are already in place. The imposition of a permanent concrete monolith would have many negative repercussions on this beautiful reserve and surrounds. The dimensions of this unwanted and unneeded construction are yet to be revealed. What footprint would it be? What cost? Would the removal of recently refurbished tennis courts, what would they be? The flat surface is used for residents, junior tennis players, learners, children learning to safely ride their bikes, trikes and skateboards. Other than being an eyesore, it would also act as a giant heat sink, very environmentally unfriendly. The Air Apartments were mentioned, the Queen Victoria Hospital Apartments, I was born there, reuse an existing footprint and repurpose these sites. I quote councillor, who shall remain anonymous, not for me. I want a house with a backyard, trees and green areas where I can wash my car. Sound familiar? I said remain nameless. I missed out a sheet of paper. One thing I want to talk about or speak about is East Terrace. It's an incredibly developing area. There are several multi-storey buildings being built there. For cars to get through there, I've witnessed personally ambulance and fire engines getting through there very difficultly manipulating between or navigating between parked cars on both sides of the road. Secondly, the northern side of East Terrace does not align with the southern side of East Terrace. So there's a deviation there for the parking for the bowling club. Also, around the actual park itself, there is minimal parking. I know there's going to be some decisions made on improving that. But on Saturday and the last week or so, since I became familiar with this, I've driven around and walked around. I used to take my dog for a run in the park and utilise that as an aspect of the actual park. Solar lighting is admirable. However, what's the cost? The time on, the actual lights, the impact on neighbours, and the amount of time such a structure would be used. 24/7? Who will access it? Age difference. How will this be addressed? People with disabilities. Signage on expectations of users, the behaviour, the noise, and the safety equipment they're expected to wear. Who will police the use and abuse, police local council rangers during these times? There are more issues to be explored and discussed over time and be presented at the appropriate future meetings. How would a proposed structure affect your domestic environment? Quote again, what sort of Burnside do we want now? Unquote. Thank you, Mayor, councillors, residents. Michael Byrne.
Thank you. Are there any questions, please? Right, then we will move to the next deputation, whoever that may be.
Any questions?
Thank you for hearing me tonight, Mayor and councillors. I'm opposed, of course, to the skate park
Could you have
for...
your name, please? Name and...
Lisa Duragon, East Terrace, Kensington Gardens. I was present at last week's meeting and found that while it was informative, it raised many questions, more questions than answers, for the proposal of a skate park being built in Kensington Reserve. Some of these questions I would like answered more clearly. Of the 4 locations identified with 1,000 square metres available, does the reported 1,000 square metres available include the percentage of space that has already been developed? Additionally, what are the current numbers of people utilising the mentioned spaces? I don't think as many people go to Hazelwood Park as they do to Kensington Reserve. At what point does the council see as the ceiling for continued development for Kensington Reserve? What is the expected ceiling of population that you are encouraging to visit this relatively small reserve? And how many participants and visitors in the projected activities makes it a successful development? Where does it end? The photos to demonstrate parks in other areas last week were misleading. I travel Australia almost daily, and I visit places like Cairns and Trinity Beach. And I know for a fact that those places that were put in those photos on the foreshore, they're commercial areas, they've got a lot more space available to them. Excuse me, I'm a bit nervous here. And I know that it's tourists, they've got pools there, they've got a hell of a lot of stuff. It's not Kensington Reserve. And I did find that a bit misleading. I also want to know where all the people that were using those skate parks, because they were all empty in the photos. They are designed in unity with walkways, parklands, free public swimming pools. And why was there, of course, nobody using them? What is the expected lifetime of the build before it requires updating? Who is accountable if this venture is not the success it is being projected as? It's a big spend and a lot of land usage for a single activity, especially when all the other spaces within the reserve have a multi-purpose usage. As you may have gathered, I am opposed to the further development of Kensington Reserve. I do own a pair of inline skates, and when I was a teenager, for a moment in time, I had a skateboard, and it was a very fleeting moment. I'm not opposed to building a skate park. I am opposed to the proposed location. I want it to be in a better chosen area. This is, of course, provided that a thorough due diligence is conducted before spending this amount of ratepayer money on the venture. In my view, the reserve is already well developed. Kensington Reserve is undergoing further development currently with a running track, an outdoor fitness gym, extra tennis courts, as well as the pond area soon to be opened. And it does look lovely. I'm looking forward to it not having development because, of course, I live on East Terrace. Significant gum trees have been removed to make space for more tennis courts, consequently reducing habitat for our native species and further changing the appeal and aspect of Kensington Reserve. And a lot of trees have come down. I know because I've recently had a significant tree taken down. I chose the area because I love all of our gum trees. I love the koalas and everything else. I'm really surprised that so many trees were taken down to make space for tennis courts. I'd also like to talk about traffic. As a resident of East Terrace for the past 11 years, I observe a lot of traffic while I garden, and I do a lot of gardening. This is ever increasing, and with speeds often in excess of the speed limit, the increased frequency of use of this road for heavy road vehicles, and that's not just for the development of Kensington Gardens. Because it's a wider street, we get a lot of heavy vehicles down there. As well as the drivers who do cut through because they want to avoid the traffic. Why is this not a 40-kilometre zone? Or at least some chicanes to reduce the speeds, especially for reversing cars and often elderly participants at the bowling club. The no right turn from West Terrace into the parade. If you sit there long enough, you'll see how many people turn right. That does not work. Where are the time limits for parking with all of this projection for development? After listening last week, I found that the presentation to be age limited, but at the same time, there was not enough evidence to support that it would be utilised by everyone in the suggested age group of 5 years to 35. Furthermore, does this plan include and allow for people with disabilities being able to access and make use of the resource? And is there enough evidence to support that $1 million spend for this space is all-inclusive and would benefit minority groups and appeal to all of our ethnic cultures?
Thank you. Councillor Davis, you had a question and then...
Thank you very much for coming along tonight.
Sorry, no, Councillor Davis is first, then Councillor Davies.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Davies, go for it. Did I get in first? Thank you very much for coming along tonight. You might have been nervous, but you got your message across very well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much for coming along tonight. You live on East Terrace.
Yes.
There are heaps of car parks along East Terrace, probably about 100 or so. How busy is that side of the reserve at present?
I think given that there has been last year and the previous year they put in traffic counters, obviously it has been highlighted that there's a lot of traffic moving through there. And at times I can honestly tell you I've had people come past my house at probably 100 kilometres an hour. And I have neighbours that will attest to that as well. Sometimes we have traffic on both sides because at that end of the street we've had the rubbish truck hasn't been able to get through. We also have a lot of, I don't know why, but there's a lot of people doing jobs around our area. I don't know whether it's all renovations and a lot of stuff going on.
Thank you. Councillor Cornish is next, and then I'll come back if you've got further.
Thank you very much for coming in, Lisa. You did very, very well. I do have a question, because you had so many questions.
I'm just sorry about all the questions, but I just ended up with a lot of questions last week.
Which is absolutely fine, and we do too, and that's why I suppose a feasibility study is done. It's not a go, it's let's get more information. So you opposed us getting more information about the site? You know, not saying that we're actually going to go down the track, but we might actually ask for that information, and it might actually provide a bit more information for you and the residents, and a concept plan, what it might look like, those sort of things. Are you opposed for us doing that or not?
I think a feasibility study is excellent. I'm not opposed to a skate park. I am opposed to it being in Kensington Gardens. I go there. I go to the playground, I go for picnics. The area that Michelle mentioned has got significant trees in it, is the last vestige for somebody to go, and it is used heavily if you go on a weekend, particularly, and see how many people are meeting there with their chairs, having a picnic. The kids are playing in the playground next to it. To utilise that space would be the only space that residents, because of all the sporting activities in all the other areas, and I think that's fantastic. I thoroughly encourage that. But there has to be somewhere you can go and enjoy sitting under a tree, watching the kids play. I go there for the Anzac Day at the memorial. I use the park a lot, so it's not that I'm coming in here because I don't already use it and I see the people that are using it. I just am opposed to further development of another activity that I can't justify the cost because I can't see how $1 million. Last week it was said that they were expecting it would be at least $1 million to develop and create this park.
Thank you. Councillor Davis, do you have another question?
I was just going to ask about use, but I think Lisa's just answered that question.
Right, we still have 2 more deputations. All right.
Thank you very much for coming tonight. Would your family or children or whoever wants to skate be prepared to drive 10 to 15 minutes to the skate park in the city, the new one on West Terrace?
Can I be really honest? When I was 15 years old, I grew up in Port Augusta. I didn't have all the beautiful greenery around me that I've got now. I grew up in Port Augusta. I did go skating. I had to go to the courts and I paid to use it every weekend, along with everybody else that was my age group, and that's where we all went. We paid, and we made sure that we had someone looking after us. If we got injured, we could get looked after. And there's some of the concerns. Who's paying the insurance because it's not part of an organised sporting group? There's lots of considerations that I do think, well, where does this all come from and who's looking after these young children? They are still minors that we're encouraging to go to these areas.
Can we now move to the next deputation, please?
Luke Salagaris. I live on East Terrace. Been there for the last 20 years. Have seen the development of the park. Am really quite concerned about what's happening with it. I don't have a problem with the skate park. I just think we have got to a point where the park is really at saturation point. Now, we've talked about the social impact of the skate park. Has anybody ever really done a report on the existing skate parks and what's happened with the residents and how they felt about the skate park being in their area? I would like to find out if they are satisfied with it. Are they complaining about it? Are they dissatisfied with it? What are the problems? And that maybe will eliminate my fears with it as well. But at the moment, you're talking about doing a feasibility study on the one in Kensington Park. How about letting us know how people feel with the ones that exist and whether they are against it or not? And so we understand a bit more about what's happening, what's about to happen if you go this way with our park. So I've lived on the street for the last 20 years. You're talking about redeveloping the cricket club and the rugby club. There's a $6.7 million proposed revamp of that club, and you're talking about taking out 2 of the tennis courts to alleviate for car parking. So we've now got an impact in relation to the new proposed, and you would think with the development there's going to be an increase in numbers going to the cricket club and the rugby club. There's talk about putting a little cafe in there as well. So there's going to be an impact of the proposal that you've got coming up already. You're talking about increasing the numbers of the people in the park, and I think that's great. However, I know what's going to happen next. You're going to come up to us and say, right, we need dogs on leashes now because there's too many people in the park and we don't want somebody to be bitten by a dog, and therefore you're going to restrict us again. Now, it's a very big family dog park. Keep putting more people in it, you're going to come and ask us, well, put a lead on your dog because there's not enough room for the dog to run around. Be fair. It's our park as well. I walk my dog every day and I see it. Now, on a Saturday afternoon, you've got three ovals being run. You've got the bowling club. You've got the lawn tennis club. And now you're going to have the hard courts running. You're talking about increasing now, we've got the Heritage Aboriginal Park happening. You don't know what the impact is going to be with that, how many people are going to turn up. You're talking about putting on the wetlands, and I think they're going to be a great asset to the park. There's going to be more and more people coming. You don't know the effect of what those people are going to be to this park. You're going to saturate it, and now you want to add a skate park. Now, there is no room. I'm sorry, but it's just the fact of life. You can't put too much more left into this park. You don't know what's about to happen with what's going on with the wetlands. You don't know what's happening with the new hard courts that you've put in. You don't know how many people you're going to get with the bowling club and whatever, and the tennis club, and the new club rooms that are going to be built. I think you're missing the point. You're preempting something that you don't know about. You know, I want a skate park. I think it's a great idea. But just be careful you don't kill this park with too much. Now, I live across the road. I see it every day. Please be careful. That's all I ask.
Any questions? Councillor Davis.
There's been a suggestion that the skate park could go on the West Terrace courts in the centre between South Terrace and Penfold Park. In your experience, do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I'm not sure. Which ones are they?
So on West Terrace,
West
right
Terrace?
in the middle.
Right, yep.
In your experience as a resident, how often is that area used?
Aren't you talking about using that as a car park? They're talking about taking those tennis courts away and putting a car park in for the new proposed club rooms. So don't even count. That's what I've been heard. You tell me if I'm wrong with the new club rooms, the expansion of the new club rooms. They're taking away those tennis courts? No? Well, this is the rumour monger as I hear it, all right?
I guess my question is, in your experience at the moment, how often are those tennis courts used and how often is that space activated?
That space activated quite a bit. There is, as I said, an ethnic group that use it quite regularly. There's picnics there. They play foot soccer or foot volleyball on the courts all the time. It's great to see, to be honest with you. Nice, but you're also missing another point. James Partington's been part of the tennis and teaching tennis in that area all the way through. At the moment, you're now talking about taking away 2 more tennis courts. You're not leaving him much space to teach tennis. You know, you're really not. Give the guy a chance to make a living and leave him a couple of talks.
Can I just interject?
Yes.
I want to categorically state we have no plans currently to remove any tennis courts.
Thank you. Well, that's just the rumour monger that we've heard. All right? I'm just following what we heard.
Right. Can we move on to our last deputation, please?
Right.
Thank you very much for coming.
Can I just raise a point of order? On the Burnside Council website, there is a master plan, and if you look at Engage Burnside, though that master plan does show a conversion of the existing tennis courts into car parking to service the expanded cricket and rugby club.
Mr. Cant, can you respond, please?
Through the worship, the CEO was correct in how he responded. There was an option within the master plan to potentially change tennis courts to a car park at some point, but there are no plans by this council to do that at this stage.
All right, so if you could like to introduce yourself and your...
Good evening, Mayor, councillors and fellow residents. Hello there, my name is Jo Harvey and I have been a resident of West Terrace, Kensington Gardens for 15 years and a resident within the Burnside Council for a further 25 years. So I actually feel this qualifies me to speak of my association with the Kensington Gardens Reserve. I would like to provide you with a brief look from a resident and a ratepayer into the day-to-day human element that the park brings to those of us who use it daily or casually. You may have been to this park, you may not have. I want you to know the people who use this park are varied, not only in age, size, religion, exercise abilities or disabilities. There are not only people that enjoy the park, but that the park offers, but also our four-legged friends and, of course, our treasured wildlife. You will not know of the people who are up at the crack of dawn to enjoy the peace and tranquility of the park with their four-legged friends, the laughter of kookaburras, squealing of cockatoos, and the occasional delight of seeing a koala, all part of our irreplaceable residents we know as the park wildlife. Why is the question of a wheel park being raised yet again 2 years down the track when it was overwhelmingly squashed by the council? Why the sudden urgency on this? What is the agenda here? It is again our responsibility in addressing our duty of care of the park. I, and I know many others, are overwhelmed. We are yet again trying to save our park from more unnecessary concrete. It is not a question of a wheel park that is the issue here. It is the question of finding a suitable place for a wheel park. A heritage park is not the place for yet more concrete. If you don't visit this park, you will not know of the large group of young men who come every Saturday, rain, hail or shine, to play on the West Terrace tennis court. They have so much fun and whoop with joy, and really their fun is a delight and contagious. I believe you want to use this as a car park. The question again is why? You will not know of the lovely elderly couple who come and take their walkers out of their car and walk around this same tennis court together, hand in hand, for exercise. It is flat for them to walk on, and they are safe, knowing they are not going to be mowed down by cyclists or skateboards. You will not know of the amount of families making memories of being together and sports people making dreams come true. The park is for everyone, not just a minority few. For many, it is not only a park, but a social gathering and the highlight of their day. Birthday celebrations, anniversary celebrations, picnics, barbecues, and fun. The last place left within the park for these activities is near where you propose the wheel park to be. I walk my dog in this park 3 times a day. The best way to relax, enjoy nature and de-stress, and meet fellow dog walkers. I feel the human element of this park is not being considered here. To take away the peace and serenity of the park's tennis courts, which gives many age groups this joy, and to replace it with a noisy concrete skate park for the minority few is wrong. I am not against a skate park. However, it needs to be in the correct place. I can't help but wonder how you would all feel having a skate park in your own front yard. I guess it is an easy decision for you when it is out of sight, out of mind. For those of us who are ratepayers and locals, it is destructive and truly unbelievable that this idea would even be a consideration. This has got nothing to do with me being against a wheel park. It has everything to do with our joint responsibility as a community in guaranteeing the legacy of a green and healthy future for this park, to enjoy the park now and for future generations to come.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's your second bell. Any questions, please? Can I? Councillor Henschke.
I just want to say thank you to the residents who have spoken.
Thank you very much to all of you who have come tonight. Carbone.
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to move a motion that we have a short 10-minute break and then proceed immediately to item 13.3 following that break. And the reason being that we do have a large number of people who are here tonight, and I've been advised that there are a large number of children watching at home and it's approaching their bedtime. So I'd like to move that we proceed that way.
CEO needs to...
Madam Mayor, just before council considers that motion that's been moved, I think it's important that council are aware there's 5 items of business on the agenda tonight which we must complete before we leave here this evening. I draw your attention to 11.3, 11.4, 11.5, 11.6 and 11.8. I do appreciate Councillor Cumbone's thoughts. However, I would ask the council if they're willing to complete those items of business before we proceed to any further items this evening. Sorry, can you just repeat those? 11.3, 11.4, 11.5, 11.6 and 11.8. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Jones? Yeah, I'll second that. Therefore, the debate is open.
To it.
Thank you, Councillor.
Sorry, I just encourage that we actually just deal with the business of council that is urgent this evening. I appreciate there's a large group of people out there, but we actually have issues that we need to get through, and that includes the appointments of people. If we actually run the risk that if we don't appoint these people this year, and there is a special meeting on these committees, we won't have a Burnside representative. And I think, despite the fact that we have got a large number of people, there are a number of things. I think if we can all agree just to please push through on these matters, it's really important to deal with the council business that's urgent.
Anyone else? Councillor Davis?
It's also important to at least accept the petitions that our local community have had the time to put together for council to consider.
Councillor Lemon, was that a hand or just scratching your head? Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Then I'll go back to Councillor Carbone.
Thank you. I understand the importance around committees and so forth. That does seem relatively low risk, given that the importance of this motion needs to be discussed tonight if we want any chance of this being included in the budget. Okay? Worst case scenario, status quo with the committees if there's a meeting in January, which I highly, highly doubt. We can always do those things at the end of January and go from there for the February meetings onwards.
I put the motion to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is lost. I think that's a very good idea. 10-minute break, seconded by Councillor Davey. All those who support the 10-minute break now? Thank you. It is carried.
Excuse me, councillors. Could we please reconvene the council meeting? Thank you.
Take your seats as quickly as possible, please. The CEO would like to speak to you all first.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just like to take the opportunity to
Shut that door.
clarify a comment.
Out there aren't going to be quiet.
Just like to take the opportunity to clarify a comment that I made earlier. I just asked Mr. Cant to clarify the detail around the master plan at Kensington Reserve as it relates to parking. Thanks.
Through the CEO, apologies for the confusion. There was a little bit of confusion when the Deputy was discussing the matter. The Deputy was talking about removing tennis courts to accommodate the clubroom redevelopment. That's certainly not true. However, Councillor Davis was correct that this council did adopt a master plan that on West Terrace did have the opportunity to replace tennis courts with car parking at a future opportunity. However, it's not in the current programme.
Thank you. Now, I'm going to begin with the petitions. So the first petition is 10.4.1. I'd like a mover and a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Jones. Seconded, Councillor Cornish. All those in favour? Against? Carried. 10.4.2, maintenance of the fence.
I have an alternative motion.
Sorry?
I have an alternative motion.
I just still didn't understand what you said. You have an alternative. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Shall I read it out for those at home?
Yes, I think you better.
That council receives and notes the maintenance of fence adjoining Creek by Schubert and Innes Courts Roslyn Park petition. 2, undertake to replace the existing permapine post and rail fence around Wattle Park Reserve with a green and/or wood-look powder-coated steel and recycled plastic fence in the 2022-23 financial year as part of its annual fencing renewal program. So this has been quite an issue for a small number of residents who feel very strongly about this. There was a proposal that the permapine be removed on safety grounds, I suppose, and I just want to make sure that the administration is happy with its current state for it to stay there until the next financial year. And the residents are particularly strong in terms of their colour choice and their colour palette for the area. So my motion, and they feel... We missed the dog one, by the way. This is the motion that I believe would be best for that area, and I'm seeking support from the council to proceed with a green fence.
Seek a seconder, please. Councillor Hubel, do you wish to speak? No? All right. Anyone else wish to speak? I'll put Councillor... Yes, Councillor Henschke.
How much will this cost?
Through Madam Mayor. The comment I want to make is that in the current asset management budget allocation, there was allocation for a fence of the nature that Councillor Davis is suggesting, so it's covered within our existing budgets.
That's what's within the annual fencing renewal program. Councillor Hughes?
Sorry, I'm loath to ask another question, but then would it not be in this financial year's budget already anyway if you were going to replace it?
Mr. Cam, when we're looking to do the work?
Through your worship, because we had this project planned, we'd already purchased the fence prior to notifying the residents. So we are looking for another location to use the existing purchase of the fence. Therefore, we cannot undertake this project till the next financial year.
Councillor Davis, do you wish to speak again?
Yeah, I just wanted to check regarding the continuation. So my understanding was that the permapine post rail fence would stay there until it's replaced. Can I confirm that that's the case?
Yeah, so through Madam Mayor, happy to confirm that.
Good, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. point of order, and I will have a lot of excuse me, I have a lot of witnesses here who saw exactly.
I'm just asking what happened to the previous item.
It was moved and passed. I get so angry. Well, not in the room when we started the meeting.
Your Worship.
10.4.3. No, I'm not going to waste any more time. She can bring it again in another meeting.
Your Worship, I do have a real problem with the way that you're speaking to members.
All right.
You are yelling, and it
all right.
wasn't at Councillor Davies' instigation.
I apologise.
Can we just...
Huh. 10.4.3.
No, I think they're motions. They're motions.
Wendy, please. Yes, you can.
I know that the administration have clarified this point, but there was a question from my residents regarding the signatures and whether they'd been double counted. And I don't believe that's the case, but could the administration just clarify how that process happened for the public?
Certainly, Madam Mayor, happy to clarify for the next body. So you'll note on page 16, point 1 on this report says a petition containing 611 valid signatures. If you count the number of signatures that are listed on the petition, it is many more than that. Now, what the administration have done is gone through and, for example, where there is one family, for example, and there is the same signature listed multiple times against that family, that has been counted as one submission. So that 611 is actually accurate representation of the number of valid signatures. So we have erred on the side of caution to create a true picture for the elected members.
Councillor Turnbull.
Thank you, Mayor. I have trouble with these petitions. As I went through the Feathers bottle the other day, I was asked if I'd like to sign a petition about, I said, what for? A skate park. So the guy there who was serving the grog was actually passing out the petition to anybody. So if you could be a tradie going home, you come through, you make up an address, you stick your name down and you're on the petition. I have trouble with this whole thing.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Right, then I shall go back to Councillor Carbone. No, I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Against? Carried. Next one is a petition for skate park, 10.4.4. A mover, Councillor Carbone. A seconder, I seek. Councillor Hughes, thank you. Anyone wish to speak? Right, then I shall go back to Councillor Carbone. Do you wish to speak? I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. Now we need to move. I'm going to go run through each of these, find out who wishes to withdraw them, and then I'll be returning to 11.3 and working through the ones that we must do tonight. 11.1, encumbrance. Councillor Lemon, you wish to withdraw it? 11.2. 11.3. If no one is withdrawing that one, then Councillor Cornish, you're moving, that one is, goes through, and Councillor Hughes, you're seconding. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So that one is done. 11.4, we will need to discuss this one, of course, but I need a mover. I need someone to withdraw it. Councillor Cornish. Nomination for Dog and Cat Management Board. Davis. Independent Chairperson to East Waste. Yes, Councillor Cornish, thank you. No, we can do that one straight away. All right, are you happy to move? Councillor Cornish, seconded Councillor Henschke. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So that one is done. 11.7, managing land management agreements. Councillor Dawes. Highbury landfill. Anyone wish to, you wish to move it? All right, and seconded by Councillor Davis. Anyone wish to speak? No. Those in favour? Sorry, you don't need to speak. Against? Carried. Finance end of month report. Councillor Dawes, do you want to move it? Seconded by Councillor Hughes. All those in favour? Against? Carried. 11.10, minutes of the Eastern Health Authority. Councillor Henschke. Seconded by Councillor Davey. All those in favour? Carried. Sorry, those against, I should have said. There were not, I think all hands went up. Mayor's activity report. Thank you, Councillor Jones. Seconded by Councillor Dawes. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Chief Executive Officer's report. Councillor Davey, you wish to withdraw it? Right, so we go back now to 11.4. The council member appointments to council committees and subsidiaries. Because we already did 11.3. 80. Yes, just for those who maybe not were here or weren't listening, we were just going to go through the ones we must go through first, and then we'll go back to from the top, unless I'm advised otherwise.
So just to confirm, Madam Mayor, the item will be 11.4.
Yes. Sorry, 11.4, it's page 80. Yeah. Just trying to find the page myself. Right. We are looking for, first of all, a nomination or nominations for the CAP, for the Council Assessment Panel. And I seek those who wish to stand. Right, well, whichever, that's fine. Councillor Dawes has been nominated. Do you accept the nomination, Councillor Dawes? Right, are there any further nominations? Councillor Hubel? Councillor Lemon has been nominated. Do you wish to stand, Councillor Lemon? No? Is there anyone else who wishes to stand? All right, so... I nominate Councillor Cornish. Councillor Cornish, do you wish? No? All right. All right, so we'll lock that one in then. If there's no one else standing against Councillor Dawes, I will accept that. Well, we need a mover. Councillor Hughes, would you like to move that Councillor Dawes? Yes. But you don't have to have a speech because it's nobody else you have to speak against or with.
He has to declare a conflict.
Who's that?
He needs to declare a conflict. Why? Because he's a paid role. So he has to declare a conflict.
Fair point.
Otherwise it won't be recorded in minutes.
All right. Matt, would you mind asking Councillor Dawes to come back and declare a conflict of interest? So, and that's all he needed to do anyway.
No,
right.
But he has to declare a conflict under the Act. I'm declaring a conflict of interest.
Thank you. Apparently, according to our governance people, he didn't have to do that by leaving the room. All right. Okay, we've got it. Thank you. So we've got Councillor Hughes has moved the motion, seconded by Councillor Jones. So anyone who wishes to speak? All right, Councillor Hughes, do you wish to speak again? Then I'll put it the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. Please ask him to come in. Now, we do need a deputy member. council assessment panel. Councillor Dawes, would you wish
Could I nominate Councillor Lemon, please?
Councillor Lemon, will you accept that, Councillor Lemon?
Oh,
Seconded by
yes, I would like to nominate Councillor Turnbull, please.
I'd like to nominate Councillor Piggott.
Councillor Piggott, and he actually nominated himself, didn't he? So thank you for reminding us about that. And Councillor Hughes, do you wish to nominate?
I'd like to nominate Councillor Hubel.
Councillor Hubel, do you accept the nomination, Councillor Hubel? And we know that Councillor Piggott has accepted it because he did send us an email in relation to that. All right, is there anyone, just for those people at home, Councillor Davis?
I'd like to nominate myself.
Oh, I was just going to do that.
Davis wishes to stand as well, and seconded by...
You don't second it.
No, don't need to. Sorry, don't need to. Okay, well then obviously, are there any more further nominations? So, someone's going to explain the procedure, thank you.
Yes, through the chair, the process will be that we have 4 nominees. Each of the nominees, generally in alphabetical order, will give a speech as to why they think they're the best candidate for the role. They'll have 3 minutes each to do that. After everybody's had their opportunity to talk through their nomination, the council members will be asked to place one name on the voting slip that's passed round, and at the end of that round, the candidate with the least number of votes will be removed from the process, and we'll repeat that until we end up with the preferred candidate. The nominations for the deputy representative will be concluded as a separate process after this one.
We will start with Councillor Turnbull to speak.
I would like to nominate to be the Burnside Council representative for the East Waste Board. In my time on council, I've had very limited opportunity to nominate for representative positions such as this, and this position really interests me and appeals to me. I'm very interested in the environmental issues, including that of waste management and minimalisation. As an example, in 2020, I initiated an awareness program in Burnside Ward regarding the use of our green compostable bags for the disposal of food waste. So people put them in the green bins rather than the landfill. With the support of my co-councillor Mike Dawes, we letterboxed every household in the Burnside ward, some 3,000, with an information brochure and a sample of a compostable bag. This initiative received much positive feedback. As I'm retired, I'm easily able to attend meetings. I will listen, participate and report back to council with any issues. This position interests me very much. I believe I could use it to make a positive contribution. I respectfully ask for your support. Thank you.
I'd like to speak on behalf of Councillor Piggott.
Right. Well, he and also he has written something to be read. Yeah, thank you, councillor.
All right, I see how it is. This is new.
So I'm speaking for Councillor Piggott since I nominated him, and I read from his his intentions, that he's a qualified chartered accountant. He had previous tenure on the board from 2011 till 2019. He has sound knowledge of waste management and excellent understanding of the East Waste business and the ability to contribute well at board level. His reason for nominating for this position is the clear importance of this regional subsidiary. Waste management is a key area of services for our residents and a resource in management for our carbon footprints. The costs from East Waste to Council's budget represent a significant percentage of our annual outgoings and is growing. I feel it would be positive for the Council's ongoing relationship with East Waste to have me as a board member, because the relationship has diminished over the past year.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from Councillor Hubel.
Thank you, Your Worship. And Nina Marnie, everyone, I greet you all this evening. Look, I've been pipped at the post the last couple of years on this nomination to Councillor Carbone. My interest in waste management and the environmental impacts thereof are not unknown to anyone in the chamber. You know, my passion for innovation in the space of environmental management and activating the community to change their practices through leadership. So I don't want to waste any more time, and we'll move on to Councillor Davis.
Right, Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much for that introduction, Councillor Hubel. I'd very much like to sit on this position. Waste was one of the reasons I actually got into council, particularly looking at savings that we could address and also reducing the impost on our current council and our residents. Since doing that, even that motion when I first came on council some 6 years ago was highly effective and it saved the City of Burnside Council hundreds of thousands of dollars. So waste is something that I think is very much our core business, and it's something that I think that we should pay particular attention to. And the only real way that we actually have oversight of that is on this position as a board member. What I would commit to council is my time and effort, and I commit to attending every meeting, which I think is very important. In addition to my passion for waste, I think that there are particularly something that I would like to explore and see implemented. And I think that we should be having a discussion as a society to reducing the number of days that red bins are collected and moving to a more frequent collection of the green bin. And that will be a very difficult discussion to have, I think, with our community. And I think that the campaigns that have been run with which bin, with the which bin campaigns have been effective in starting to move our community towards that. But we do need to start to transition and build that relationship and I suppose give warning to and acclimatisation to our residents to move to that next step, which I think is a very important next step for our city. Waste is a huge cost and it affects us all. And so I would take this position very, very seriously. I'd also like to outline that I have significant credentials in terms of financial understanding as well as business management. Being a small business owner myself, and other boards that I sit on, I believe that I do have the knowledge and experience to oversee and drive a better and continued waste management system within the City of Burnside Council and also our other friendly councils. I also think it's incredibly important that through this board we also maintain our ERA network and our ERA connections. And I think that that's something that we can achieve through collaboration. And there has been some divergent points. And in my view, I would be a good person or a good advocate for Burnside to ensure that those relationships are maintained. So look, I very much do seek your support for this position, and I believe truly it is one of our most important aspects in the city. So I seek your support.
Thank you. One name on the piece of paper, please.
Can I just clarify, and I was listening, but just to make sure we're all clear, are we voting just for the rep and then we vote for the deputy, or are we voting?
Yeah,
It's two, okay, that's fine. I just wanted to clarify, because in the past, I was half listening, so I just wanted to double check, sorry.
Councillor Turnbull. Councillor Hubel. Councillor Hubel. Councillor Davis. Councillor Turnbull. Councillor Turnbull. Councillor Turnbull, so Jenny. Go Jenny, go Jenny. Councillor Paul Hubel or Hubel. Councillor Hubel. Councillor Davis. Therefore, the councillor with the least votes in the first round is Councillor Piggott. So therefore we now go to the next round. Therefore we have three names to. So the next.
It doesn't matter, you still got to.
You have three names to choose from in this round.
Eliminated, had no vote.
Councillor Turnbull, Councillor Hubel, Councillor Davis. Second round. Councillor Hubel. Councillor Hubel. Councillor Davis. Councillor Hubel. Councillor Davis. Councillor Turnbull. Someone needs to write a bit clearer for me. Councillor Turnbull, wow Jenny. Councillor Turnbull. Councillor Hubel. Councillor Turnbull. Councillor Turnbull. Councillor Hubel. Therefore, Councillor Davis is removed for the next round.
Someone unvoted for me.
So just to confirm, Councillor Turnbull and Councillor Hubel are two names you're choosing from. Yeah, there is a procedure for that. Yeah, it's out of yeah, it's an out of the hat. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Third round. Councillor Hubel. And whoever wrote this one, it doesn't matter how many names you write on the sheet of paper, you still get one vote. There's 4 Hubels on that page. Councillor Hubel again. Councillor Hubel. Councillor Turnbull. Councillor Hubel. Councillor Turnbull. Councillor Hubel. Councillor Turnbull. Yay, Jenny. Councillor Turnbull. Councillor Turnbull.
This is the casting one.
Councillor Turnbull. Councillor Hubel. So we do have a draw. I just need to confer with Mr. Cooper what the process is from here.
This is a name out of a hat tie.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Through the mayor, in the event of a tie, the 2 names go into a hat, and the first one pulled out is excluded.
Is excluded.
Excluded.
First one pulled out is excluded.
Okay, so that goes into that.
So just to confirm, I'm placing Councillor Turnbull and Councillor Hubel into the hat. So the first name that comes out is excluded.
That came out.
Councillor Hubel is excluded. I declare Councillor Turnbull's nomination now gets included in the recommendation.
Yes. So we'll move Councillor Hughes, you'll move it now that Councillor Turnbull's name in it?
Well, can we also just move that Councillor Hubel is the deputy, or do we have to vote again? I'd like to move that.
Yes, you may.
Councillor Hughes is moving it.
Sorry.
Councillor Dawes is seconding it. Apparently we are allowed to do that. So
I will move that, yep.
you wish to okay, there's
I nominate the Mayor.
Sorry, I should have taken my mask off when I'm talking. So, Council, is there anyone else who wishes to nominate? All right, Councillor Lemon, would you speak on behalf of Councillor Piggott, please? Only because you've got the piece of paper there, so it's logical.
I'll speak, not that I did him much good last time, hopefully I'll do him much... So...
Sorry.
Sorry, I just think there was a nomination missing. I'd like to nominate Councillor Davis as
He's
well.
already up on the list.
Now he is. Now he is. Now he is. I'll nominate him so he doesn't...
He was nominated, I
Yeah,
got
yeah.
him on my list.
Okay. I'm happy to nominate Councillor Davis.
No, Councillor, I withdraw myself from the list.
Now, Councillor Lemon, would you speak on behalf of Councillor Piggott?
May I? Thank you. He is very keen to be on the Audit and Risk Committee. He's a qualified chartered accountant. His working life includes responsibilities for risk management of $25 million of a $25 million business. He has exhibited high levels of interest, even passion, and understanding of the city of Burnside and its finances. He is currently serving on the committee and operating at a high level, and he thinks very much that he does contribute to the meetings. He provides insights acquired at Audit and Risk, and he brings these back to Council.
Next is Councillor.
I hope this isn't going to be too much of a repeat of Councillor Piggott's CV, but I'm a chartered accountant with over 30 years' experience. I have extensive financial management experience both in the private sector and in government, including government business enterprises. I've had exposure through my professional career to the other areas that the Audit Committee covers, which are external audit, internal audit, risk, safety, etc. I've been on the committee for 2 years, so thank you for those people who voted for me in the past. We've got 2 new external members coming onto the committee with the legislative changes. So I do think that even if you only elected me for 1 more year, I do offer continuity, because we're going to have 2 new members, 3 external members for the first time. As far as I'm aware, all 3 of those external members don't actually live in the city of Burnside. And whilst they have general expertise in areas, they don't know the nitty-gritty of Burnside, and so I think the continuity is important. And it would be good to have at least 1 resident on the Audit Committee. This has been a long night, so I won't stretch your patience by talking any longer. So I'd be very grateful if you voted for me.
I will speak next, and as I have also been on the committee for 3 years now, have learned a great deal. I was fairly strong already in risk management because that was something that was very important in my role as a head of school, as well as the financial management, certainly nowhere near the amounts of money that either of these 2 gentlemen who've spoken before have had control over. However, I do believe that I have a very important interest and responsibility as Mayor to be aware of and to be part of that decision making, and most importantly, to ask the right kind of questions that need to be asked, and I certainly have done that during my 3 years on the Audit Committee. Thank you. Is Councillor...
May I ask a question?
Yes.
I'm sorry, please forgive my ignorance.
Right.
I thought you were automatically on that committee.
As an ex officio, I believe.
Be on it as a member.
Sorry, can you clarify? Because if that's the case, I'll just withdraw.
No. Through Madam Mayor, there's been a change to the terms of
There's
reference.
a change, wasn't there?
But I'll get Mr Cooper just to confirm.
Yes.
Thank you. Through the Mayor, the recent change in the terms of reference actually excluded the Mayor as an ex officio. The Mayor is absolutely entitled to nominate to be on the Audit and Risk Committee as a member, along with anyone else, but is not an automatic placement on there. That leaves 2 council members to be appointed.
All right, the next person to speak is Councillor Cornish.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, everyone. I'm not a chartered accountant, but I do deal with quite a lot of money on a daily basis, and I've got a lot of legal expertise and audit expertise with my professional work. I've previously been on the audit committee and for the City of Burnside for about 4 years, and I've also currently been on a regional subsidiary audit committee now for about 7 years. So I do have quite a bit of experience with audit and risk committees, and I hope you support my nomination. Thank you.
And Councillor Davis.
I would like to nominate for this committee for essentially the same reasons as Councillor Dawes nominated for the cap on a previous experience. I do believe that I can fulfil this job well, and I believe that I can be diligent, but I think that this is something that I would like to learn and expand my knowledge as a councillor. So I don't come with a huge amount of experience of internal controls and that risk management, so I'd particularly like to be on this committee so that I can learn those things and expand my knowledge. Yeah.
Right, the procedure, I believe, is exactly the same. One name. Oh, it's 2 names.
Through the Mayor, exactly the same as the last process, except that you put 2 names for the 2 vacancies that are vacant, and we complete the rounds in the same process as we did before.
So, just for the benefit of the room, Councillor Piggott, Councillor Jones, Councillor Monceau, Councillor Cornish, Councillor Davis.
Do we have the right to worship the Mayor?
No. If you vote just right, Mayor, then you don't have to worry about.
Okay. First round votes. Councillor Piggott, Councillor Jones. Councillor Jones, Councillor Cornish. Councillor Jones, Councillor Monceau. Mayor Monceau, should I say. Councillor Davis, Councillor Cornish. We'll come back to that one. It only has one name on it. Madam Mayor and Councillor Cornish. Councillor Jones, Councillor Piggott. Councillor Jones, Madam Mayor, the dynamic duo. Councillor Councillor Cornish and Councillor Davis. Councillor Cornish and Councillor Piggott. Councillor Jones and Madam Mayor. Councillor Davis and Councillor Cornish. Now, I'll just seek some guidance from Mr. Cooper. I have one ticket with a singular name on it. What does that mean?
If it's Davis, it's fine. Anyone else?
So just recorded as singular.
No, I don't think you should. I think you should just null and void.
Yeah, it's invalid.
It's invalid.
In any other election, it would be.
Yes, it would be invalid. What if they only thought one was ready? No.
Yeah, but they can't do it.
No.
So it's not actually covered in our procedures, so.
It's my call. Okay. All right. I'm going to treat it, it's not covered in procedures, it's my call. I'll treat it as invalid and it will be excluded from this round. Therefore, I have two names of equal voting on 3 votes, Councillor Piggott and Councillor Davis.
I'll withdraw.
You comfortable with the draw? Therefore, I'll conclude that Councillor Davis's name is excluded from the next count. So just to confirm, you are considering Councillor Piggott, Councillor Jones, Madam Mayor Monceau and Councillor Cornish. And you are writing 2 names. Second round. Madam Mayor and Councillor Cornish. Councillor Cornish, who worship the Mayor. Councillor Jones and Councillor Cornish. Councillor Jones and Councillor Piggott. Councillor Piggott and Councillor Cornish. Councillor Cornish and Councillor Piggott. Councillor Jones and Madam Mayor. Councillor Jones and Councillor Cornish. Councillor Cornish, Councillor Piggott. Councillor Jones and Madam Mayor. Councillor Jones and Madam Mayor. Councillor Piggott and Councillor Jones. I have a tie for the exclusion of Councillor Piggott and Madam Mayor. So I'm assuming we do a ballot, is that correct? So I'll just ask for 2 sheets of paper, if I may. Thank you. One will be Councillor Piggott. One will be Madam Mayor. The one that's excluded. Councillor Piggott is excluded. So I confirm that the next round, Councillor Jones, Madam Mayor, Councillor Cornish. Thank you, Mr. Cant. Okay, third round votes. Madam Mayor, Councillor Jones. Councillor Jones, Madam Mayor. Councillor Jones, Councillor Cornish, and a Christmas tree. Madam Mayor, Councillor Cornish. Councillor Cornish, Councillor Jones. Councillor Jones, Madam Mayor. Councillor Jones, Councillor Cornish, the bad boys. Madam Mayor, Councillor Cornish. Madam Mayor, Councillor Cornish. Councillor Jones, Madam Mayor. Councillor Jones, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor and Councillor Cornish. Therefore, the two names that are to be placed in the motion are Councillor Jones on 8 and Madam Mayor on 9, and Councillor Cornish on 7 is excluded. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Over to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you all for the participation in that.
Can I move that Councillor Cornish be the proxy?
Yes, that's a very good idea. Are you willing to accept that? All right. Thank you.
I'd like to speak to the motion.
Yes?
Well, can we move it and second
Yeah,
it?
I just was waiting for a mover first. So you mover, Councillor Dawes, you're moving, seconded by Councillor Jones?
Do I need to go?
No, Councillor Carbone, you're seconding? All right. Now you wish to speak, Councillor Davis?
Yeah. I didn't want to do this, but I think it is really important. We all received an email lately regarding the solvency of the City of Burnside Council from our Audit Committee member. And there was a discussion off the back of what Councillor Lemon raised. And I do find I think we as a council should expect better, I do think, from Councillor Jones in future, because I don't think that it's acceptable for someone to declare that the City of Burnside Council is insolvent. Now, I know that might just be a flippant remark sent to everyone, but as you can see, the response from the administration is not exactly, you do put a huge amount of stress and time on the administration when you make these types of remarks. Now, does anybody here think that the City of Burnside Council is currently insolvent? And I do think that it's a serious concern when our audit committee member does make that statement. Because if he was to make that statement to the media or anyone else, I find that incredibly concerning. So for that reason, I won't vote for this motion because I don't believe that Councillor Jones can properly represent us on that committee whilst having the view completely against what the council administration is of the way in which we treat our finances and the way that we account for the business of this city. So with all due respect, that's why I'll be voting against this motion.
Does anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Lemon?
A procedural matter, are we going to vote for this as a motion as a whole, or are we going to vote for each specific thing? Well, this is just the audit committee that we're voting for now, because we've voted for the others, haven't we? Yes, thank you. It's just taken so long. Sorry, I forgot.
Councillor Turnbull?
Just wondered if Councillor Jones is able to defend that remark or talk about it at all? Is he able to?
I'm happy. I think this is just a delaying tactic, but I did not say the council was insolvent. In fact, I specifically said it wasn't. Councillor Lemon, if you recall, said the council is broke. Councillor Pigott then decided, for who knows what reason, decided to escalate that from a flippant remark by Councillor Lemon to demand a response from Mr Cooper as to whether the council was in fact broke. Mr Cooper wrote a long response. I responded to that to say, well, it's not quite as rosy as you might be picturing, Mr Cooper, but I did not say the council was insolvent because it isn't. So that would be my response to that. Technically insolvent is not insolvent.
Anyone else who wishes to speak? Otherwise, I will go back to the mover, who I have completely forgotten. Councillor Dawes, thank you. Going straight to the vote. All right, those in favour? Those against? Carried.
So Madam Mayor?
We've got to do 11.5.
That's correct.
Which is on page 129, nomination for the Local Government Dog and Cat Management Board.
I'll declare a material conflict of interest and leave.
Right, do you have your documentation to present to us?
It's everything that needs to be presented to council is on the agenda.
Okay.
Through the Mayor, a question to the administration, please. I'd like to know from the administration, from a governance point of view and reflecting on what Councillor Davies said, what their advice would be regarding balance on the board. Thank you.
With regards to your comment on governance, sorry, through Madam Mayor, comment on governance, the only governance process that I have to have regard for is the process set out by the Dog and Cat Management Board on how they recruit, and this is the established process that if council wishes to nominate a councillor, they're required by resolution to nominate a councillor for consideration by the LGA to go to the next step. I don't think it's for the council to determine whether they want to nominate a councillor. My personal view is that why wouldn't we want a Burnside councillor sitting on this board? you'd argue there's more representation for Burnside to get what we want for the city of Burnside.
Councillor Davis, you were next.
Yeah, I'd just like to speak in favour of Councillor Lemon. I've known her for 7 years now, and I've always found her to be incredibly careful and considerate of all issues. So I think that she'd be an excellent representative for the City of Burnside Council on that board. And further, I think that, you know, the fact that we have other members who are currently sitting there, such as David Parkin, is only a good thing, I think. So perhaps they might take that into consideration, but I hope they wouldn't. I think that it doesn't, like as the CEO said, I don't think there's anything lost by putting a nomination in, and I think Councillor Lemon is very keen to be on this board. It's something that interests her deeply, and I think she's doing an excellent job. So I absolutely endorse you and recommend that you vote for a Burnside councillor to this position.
Councillor Cornick.
Thank you, Worship. Yes, I completely agree with many of the sentiments Councillor Davis has mentioned, certainly about Councillor Lemon's work ethic and reading agenda papers and getting down to the issues. In terms of representation from the City of Burnside, I think there are more issues. Like we ask for local members for our CAP, like from our residents, you know, that we don't have an issue with that. And I'm sure the Law Society and judges predominantly preside in the City of Burnside, so I don't think we've got an issue in terms of, you know, representation there. I think it's just we have a lot of dedicated people in the City of Burnside that actually put their hand up and want to represent their community. So you know, the decision's really not up to us whether or not someone gets appointed or not. We're just here to support a nomination, which I'm very happy to do.
Councillor Turnbull.
Thank you, Mayor. I find it difficult to endorse someone who hasn't spoken about what she's going to bring to the role, why is she there, what she wants to do with it. We don't know anything, so I won't be voting for it.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I missed that comment.
But can we ask Councillor Lemon to come and address us as to why she wants to stand?
Certainly, Madam Mayor, that's more than appropriate.
I need an indication from the rest of the group if that is what is your wish. I'll seek hands to support that or not. Now, I'm not going to make the decision, or I'll get told off for making the decision. So I'm seeking your support as to whether you wish to hear from Councillor Lemon. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. That's, yeah, 10. That's right. So yes, could you please, thanks, Magnus. That's why I was looking for the documentation, because that's what the documentation says. Grant has a number of times with Gareth. Majority of the council wanted to hear what your justification for applying for this position. I guess that's correct. Is that my correct interpretation of what was asked? Okay. We thought if we'd had the documents in front, we wouldn't have to ask you, but because we haven't, then we needed to ask you.
Thank you. Thank you for your interest. I'm sending my application separately because the application is actually to the LGA. It is not to the council. The council merely endorses my nomination. So it's not a done deal, because then you're in with everybody else that's gone to apply. But the reason I'm interested in this, and I have been interested in this board for a long time, it currently only has one elected member. So this is representing elected members across Metropolitan Adelaide. The only elected member we've got at the moment, there isn't a Metropolitan member on that board. It is the Mayor of Victor Harbour is currently on the board. I've been a councillor for 11 years. The criteria for this is a knowledge of local government, a knowledge of legislative processes, and a good, sound working knowledge of how the LGA and governance in council works. I've been a councillor for 11 years. I have this knowledge. I have this knowledge hard won over the last 11 years and through 3 election processes. I've also had this knowledge in my workplace, where I worked in the Department of the Premier and Cabinet, looking at legislation, looking at how it is enacted within the state, and looking at how it changes. My view on the Dog and Cat Management Board is that it needs work. The legislation currently needs updating, and my understanding is that the board itself has put this off until after the state election. So come March, they'll start updating some of the legislation. And some of the legislation that needs updating is the stuff around cat management. While the board has actually said that it wants cats to be registered, it has no enforcement on that at all. I feel quite strongly that the board needs to be more clear in its policies to councils, because something like dog and cat management, if it's going to be looked at from a policy perspective, it needs to be looked at across the state. It's no point in having cat bylaws in one council and next door having cat bylaws that are different. There needs to be some model legislation, some model policy that is actually put out by the board to assist councils in managing dogs and cats in their area. That currently doesn't happen for cats, and it currently doesn't happen totally for dogs either, but that's another issue. So I just think that it needs somebody with, oh, have I gone that long already? It needs somebody with a bit of a dispassionate look and a bit and a way forward in the longer term. This appointment is only for 12 months. I had to sign the guarantee that should I not get elected again, I will resign from the board. So we're looking at the next 12 months, nothing more, and it's not guaranteed. It's up to the LGA as to whether they choose me or not.
Yeah, thank you very much, councillor. No, I think that'll be fine. Thanks, councillor. Turnbull, did you have a question? That was it. Yeah, sorry, I just hadn't crossed you off my list. So anyone else who wishes to speak? Right, then I'll go back to the mover, who was Councillor Hughes. Do you wish to speak? Right, okay. So I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. Could you invite Councillor Lemon back, please? Someone near the door. Thanks, Mr. Heinrich. We have this moment of break. It is 21 minutes past 10. We have no other urgent business that must be done tonight. We are supposed to finish at 10:30 unless you approve additional time. So I need to find out where you stand at this point. Councillor Hughes.
I would like to move that we extend until 11 p.m. and that we move direct to 13.3 motion on notice from Councillor Carbone.
So you're moving that? All right. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Carbone. Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes? No, you don't speak on that one. We just put it to the vote. Okay. So those in favour of extending till 11 and doing that extra and going straight to the wheel park motion. Those who are in favour are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those against? Right, I'm going to call a division. So those are in favour, please stand, and I'll call them out. Councillor Cornish, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Carbone, Councillor Jones and Councillor Hubel. Those against, Councillor Henschke, Councillor Davey, Councillor Davis, Councillor Lemon, Councillor Turnbull and Councillor Dawes. Thank you. So there is no extension of time and therefore I will close the meeting. I'll answer the question. Councillor Carbone?
Thank you, Worship. I move that we move immediately to 13.3 and that the motion be put for 13.3.
13.3.
I'm prepared not to speak to it, just in the hope of getting it done tonight.
And that is the encumbrance? No. 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 No, no, we have to stop there. If you'd suggested the encumbrance, I think I could have considered it. We might have got that through in 8 minutes, but unlikely. Sorry, what's that? He's proposing that just the motion be put. Oh, proposing that the motion be put. Okay, sorry, I misunderstood. No, had I closed the meeting officially by mistake? Okay, mistakenly so. I'm sorry, I had closed the meeting, so we'll have to stop. I know.